morning, everyone. We took our smart drugs already. We're back. I was looking at math jokes and math T-shirts and stuff, and even though I was wrong for like one of the questions, one of the jokes, I came up with a really good idea for a function for coming up with factorials for decimals. Where even though you're not supposed to come up with a factorial for decimals, like because it doesn't exist, it's like impossible. But then I said, I'm not going to really work on something like that while being tortured. But, I've got the basic and general idea of this sort of series, the iterative series. But it's not necessarily so useful because when are you going to need to factorialize decimals in any particular calculation? We mostly don't deal with that kind of stuff in computer science, where you have to deal with nonsensical questions. I'm very pragmatic about what I like. I was also thinking about how I was an ultra-finitist. I still am an ultra-finitist, by the way. Yeah, look at this. Look at this meme here. This guy's not the virgin. He's definitely the Chad. The infinitist is like dreaming about a priori nonsense, bro. Like he's dreaming about like a priori inductive fantasy land, and like that is bound by what's necessarily finite. So you still lose. You've got to be much more calculating, not necessarily cold of heart, but I think game theorists are like some of the best finitists that have ever existed because they don't argue about what's possible, what may be possibly actualizable, but they talk about the cold hard reality of life in terms of like zero sum interactions that mostly occur like in economics, for example, or even like video games or just board games and stuff, or even like war games, because in war games people are the military, as a function of the people, are practicing to make sure that they can minimize casualties and on their behalf and maximize casualties on the behalf of the enemy, right? So that involves like you potentially dying. So sometimes those zero-sum games are not just like playing a chess game with your friend. It can at the extreme end involve life and death, and people don't want to die, right? So, but then in a zero-sum game concerning life and death, somebody has to die. So, which is very sad, very brutal. But we could at least maintain some candor and some type of civility in the intermediary time between before we have to go kill each other, I guess, right? This is why I believe in God, because I believe God can make anything possible. He makes the impossible possible, and I'd much rather have God than even the best of human beings ruling society. I'm sorry. Let's get back to work and actually do some good work here. Yeah, very sad, very sad, very sad state of affairs that we have to kind of just brutally treat ourselves that way as a society. But hey, I don't feel that way. I wouldn't necessarily sacrifice myself, but I think that we could at least be diplomatic about what we have to do. I feel like society is so uncivilized sometimes. In some ways, it's very optimal, it's very advanced, but in many other ways, it seems very attracted from the actual notion of what would be a good thing for all of society. I would be a good social engineer, I agree, but I don't want to conform to obviously hypocritical and backtalk and bureaucratic corruption, which involves sex trafficking and pedophilia and fiddling diddles and putting your rooster in a three-year-old girl's cooster. Thanks, but no thanks. Actually, no thanks at all. It's just plain no thanks. Just no thanks. Just tersely so. I'm not particularly interested in putting my rooster in a three-year-old girl's cooster. Yeah, sex t-shirts. And, you know what happened? I forgot that I had all these tabs open, and I just turned off my computer. I shouldn't have done that. So I have to go back here and do this again. Shit. Sorry. We're going to do a lot of reading today. I mean, these are the only ones that I really opened, right? Shit, come on, man. Lustful t-shirt. I wish I could select all of these, but I can't. for a very specific and limited subdomain of knowledge, which is going to help me answer the question. But I'm also interested in a bunch of these other types of Wikipedia pages too. Let's search up Wikipedia history. This will give us, a better, whatchamacallit, a better, a constrained search for what we need, because this is what we opened yesterday. That is really annoying. I'm sorry. That is obnoxious, man. Give me the other history form. The history manager. Is there a history manager? Yes. This one is better because you can select them like this. So, this is a little bit unnecessary. Sorry. Yep. Yeah. Sex t-shirts. And Josie Vincent. I'm just kidding. Gavin might slug me one day and be, listen, I'm tired of this, man. Stop talking about fucking my sister and my mother. Gavin, you would be honored to have me as your stepbrother. Not stepbrother. That's weird. Oh no, your brother-in-law. Your brother-in-law. Oh, sorry, my neighbors are sleeping. You'd be honored to have me as your brother-in-law, bro. You're already a bro, man. Pound it, bro. And not in my butt. Bro fist, bro. Gavin can take smart drugs too, dude. Go leave the fucking Navy. Stop drinking semen in the Navy. I know that's what you're doing. That's what you're really doing in the Navy, aren't you? I knew it, Gavin. As a seaman, you were drinking semen the entire time. Fermented semen. Is that like a beer? Do they have that? Fermented semen beer. Probably tastes like shit. uh, semen-infused beer is a breakout hit in this New Zealand bar. The semen is injected into the beer during the fermentation process. The beer is then transferred to Black Dog Brewery, where it's carbonated and tapped and bottled. It's a chocolate stout with coffee notes, but the semen is something you have to try yourself to be able to describe. So it's like coffee, but like with like a fish flavor. No thanks, dude. Nah, I'm good, man. I can tell she loves her semen beer. She's like, yep. Yeah, but like an entire brew of just like fermented semen. Oh my god, man. Let's not. This is disgusting, dude. This is disgusting, man. Mark Zuckerberg's acting like a sadistic homosexual rapist again. There's a sadistic homosexual rapist. Let's not get distracted. Let's actually work today and have a nice discussion about what I want to do here. So you might be thinking, like, yes, what do you mean, like, converting these particular SSDs into equations with energy tensors? What I'm talking about, to the best of my ability to do so, is to talk about these particle by particle interactions as a function of, the conversion of mass into energy. So instead of talking about necessarily particle by particle interactions, I want to convert the SSDs to just, dealing with gross energy, and also to the best of my ability, like the actual, how can I say this? What's the term I'm looking for? The particle energy. The particle energy of these particular interactions. Yes. Why? Because that's much easier than dealing with the particular supersymmetrizing of the actual subparticles and particles generally, when I can deal with a generalized form of what would be necessarily like kind of cop out here, like a variable, right? An energy tensor variable that's dealing with these particular particles in aggregate. Obviously, that's very sloppy. You want to see, quarks and so on and so forth, all of these particular particles have their own particular supersymmetric form. That would give us a really nice, via path integralization or something like that, a very nice SSDE. But I'm not going to do that while I'm being raped and tortured. Go fuck yourself, dude. And especially for no money either. No, go kill yourself. Shoot them. C'est shoot them, man. Shoot them, man. Ah. YouTube poop. Alright. Yes. Alright. Do you want me to make the YouTube poop right now? That YouTube poop. YouTube poop. Alright. Mom. How much was your mom's ownership share diluted down to? 0.003%. I was Sean Parker, Park Shockers. How much was Park Shockers ownership share diluted down to? 0.0000000. So it's like 3 hours later. 3%. How much was your ownership share diluted down to? It wasn't. Mom. You have schizophrenia. You shall never recover. You have schizophrenias. You are no longer human. You have the schizophrenias. Ram Ranch. Who doesn't like the some Ram Ranch? Ram Ranch. 15 throbbing cocks in my butthole or whatever. That's like unequivocally a gay song. Like, if you like to be homosexual, like, I don't have a problem with that. But like, honestly, like, not even gay people can deny this. This is not a form of slander. Like, listen to this song. Like, this song is like clearly gay. It's clearly gay.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd throbbing cock.
This is 6 minutes and 49 seconds of this, man. I just can't right now, bro. I really can't. I'm sorry. Doing supersymmetric calculations of stochastic dynamics. Dealing with Lagrangian derivatives here, but this is in the context of Langevin SDEs, and you were thinking about the Langevin SDE before we even got to the Lagrangians, because the SDE is the generalized form with your Lagrangian derivatives. Well, is there a particular Lagrangian derivative here? Not in this integral. Not in this path integral. No. Here's a Lagrangian derivative you've got right here. Here's one right here. For this particular integral too. Yes. raped? Yep. I have to give him now. That's what I was looking for. No, that's a calculation. That's a calculation. Question.
Consultation, degradation, fossil fuel and masturbation, immigration, liberal kitsch, kneeling on a pitch. I'm retarded like a bitch, excited to be indicted, unrequited house with 7 pools. Thank you, Kanye, very cool. The war's been incited, and guess what? You all invited, and you're famous. Modernity has failed us, and I love it if we made it.
Transition.
And I love it if we made it. And I love it if we made it. Tell me something I need to know. And I love it if we made it. And I love it if we made it. And I love it if we made it. And I love it if we made it.
It's all Greek to me, I guess. Path integrals are a pain in the ass in quantum mechanics. Why? Because like it's gonna take you like forever to like get every sort of integralization that you're looking for those particle-to-particle interactions. That's why I like Richard Feynman's diagrams. I mean, like this is like stuff from like 60 years ago, man. You know, we've moved forward here. We've got better axiomatic reductions than Feynman diagrams. But Feynman diagrams are still pretty useful to give you like a literal. Feynman was pretty intelligent concerning that his path integral diagrams. This is a really good. How can I say this? What you call it? This is a really good visual description. A really good argument via argument and proof by visual example, an illustration by example, example by illustration, illustration by example of these particular path integrals and the products thereof. No pun intended. In this Feynman diagram, an electron and a positron annihilate, producing a photon represented by the blue sine wave that becomes a quark-antiquark pair, after which the antiquark radiates a gluon, represented by the green helix. You might think this is nonsense, but I think this is really beautiful. Feynman diagrams are very useful. You know, I'm not necessarily so convinced by quantum woohoo nonsense. Why? Because macroscopic reality conforms to a singular eigenstate. And that's necessarily true. Yep, it is. Quantum mechanics is only so useful to a certain extent. Not everything's, even though you might think differently, derivative of quantum mechanics, because macroscopic reality conforms to something different. Being raped? Yep. I'm gonna forgive you? Nope. Sorry, I just want the song, man. I want to watch this. depressing. I don't want to listen to this right now. See, I mean, shit. The major problem here, I'm going to be pausing the music a lot. The major problem here is that, yes, when we're talking about this particular supersymmetric theory of stochastic dynamics, they're talking about this as a function of particle interactions, and that's not what I want. So we're gonna have to do quite a lot of motherfucking work for all of the for all of the known all of the known particle energies that exist. We're going to have to aggregate them. And the point that I'm trying to make here is that this is functionally rate limited by how many particle interactions we know about and the energies thereof, particle energies thereof. So we can't have a supersymmetrical theory of stochastic dynamics concerning dark energy or dark matter, for example, because we don't even know if such things are constituent of any type of, no pun intended, like some tangible kind of particle physics, because we don't even because it's dark. We can't even see such things, only directly so, but by proxy, and that kind of really reduces our empirical kind of manifestation and control over such things. So.
Every time she takes my hand, all the wonder that remains become a simple fact. You are out of my league, all the things I believe. You were just the right kind, yeah, you were more than just a dream. You were out of my league, got my heartbeat racing. If I die, don't wake me, 'cause you are more than just a dream.
Still looking for barium. Just a dream. Yes, that kind of goes without saying, but it's important to reiterate that that isn't necessarily truth, because we don't have a complete model of particle physics even for baryonic physics, as far as I know. No, it's not. It's not complete. Why? Because they're still smashing protons there at the motherfucking CERN colliders if the particle theory, if the standard model of particle physics was complete, then they would shut down CERN tomorrow. Pretty much we're done. Fucking pack up our bags, we're done here. We finished what we needed to do. What was this? 4 years ago. Yeah, but and to the fourth super yang Mills theory is like talking about fucking nonsense in one dimension, because yes, you can have an axiomatically complete and logical and coherent and consistent form of string theory or any particular particle physics theory, but then it has to be necessarily based in truth, which is based on empirical reality and the observations and the experimentation and peer review thereof. So yes, you can come up with any fucking crackhead theory, but it doesn't necessarily make it true. Like, for example, here's the simplest axiomatic reduction of like crackhead philosophy. All crackheads smoke crack. All crackheads smoke crack. All crackheads who smoke crack have increased mental acuity, and they feel better when they smoke crack. They feel good when they smoke crack. Therefore, smoking crack is good. See, it's logical, it's consistent, it's coherent, but it's not necessarily true. Yeah, smoking crack makes me feel great, therefore it's good. And God said, let them have crack cocaine. Mark Zuckerberg's a cuckold. I wish I knew you when I was young. But do you want to hear? You want to try this again? If I can sing this song pitch perfectly. This is the only song that I know how to sing pitch perfectly. I love this song, by the way. I wish I knew you when I was young. But see, I forgot like all the lyrics, and I forgot how to sing it pitch perfectly. So I've got to reconform. I've got to go ahead and readapt. I love this song.
You shine like a star. You know who you are. You're everything beautiful. She's hot, hot like the sun. The loneliest one. Still everything beautiful. But I'll be goddamn standing at my door. We stayed up in the city till the stars lost the war.
This is a theory of everything? No. This is a theory of, in terms of pragmatic use, of how to, what I'm trying to do is like, for Tenet, for example, for the movie, it's like a fan fiction, like devotion, fan fiction tribute of how to reverse entropy as a function of reconforming these particular supersymmetric stochastic dynamic theory and field theory equations with energy tensors to reverse entropy, at least pragmatically, where I think are realizable bound and are cut off given the kind of energy that we can manifest, reasonably so, to help reverse redox and redux reactions, catalyzation processes in chemistry, for example, wherein such energy required would not be sufficiently high enough, sufficiently rate limiting enough to prevent us from doing such empirical tests in reality, and then later we can scale up as a function of the energy that we have entropically. But systemically, even though we're doing this is still entropic to some extent, so the energy has to go somewhere. But see, this can help us recycle stuff better. This is an optimal way of trying to recycle things and also reuse garbage and reuse things which are have gone through chemical reactions and energy reactions, where we can exert a particular technology which is probably going to be in the realm of laser physics and at worst exotic matter physics and stuff like that, and nanoscopic technologies, and exert such energy to go ahead in these redox and redux reactions or catalytic reactions, for example, in chemistry, and reverse entropy to some extent, where we are reutilizing waste products that we've disregarded. Give a good example of a waste product. Like there are landfills full of computers, for example, where there's a quite substantial amount of precious minerals and other types of precious commodities that are laying in waste and leaching into the environment, destroying the environment in these particular locations, where we can reutilize such components And it could be a really good example here of how, we can reutilize these precious minerals to some extent and recycle them effectively. So you're seeing computer landfill. What a waste, because, presumably so, there's got to be at least some good components here, but then who's going to go through all this shit and, for no money, for no return? And this is why they're in landfills, right? But still, what I see here, this is like a gold mine to me. If I have an equation like this that is functionally very useful and pragmatic to apply. See, this is like a gold mine to me. Why? Because there's a ton of precious minerals here. But then it's going to take a little bit of work to actually recycle this stuff. But then I think it's worth it because, precious minerals, as the saying goes, as the namesake goes, are precious. And some of these precious minerals, like urbidium, for example, ytterbidium or even palladium, stuff like that, found in very expensive electronic components and parts, are very particularly rare. They're rare earth metals and stuff like that too. So, but see, here, I see a gold mine here. Yes, this is a gold mine to me. We can get something out of that. It doesn't need to be in a landfill. You see, and these Africans, God bless their hearts, man, because, they're really going through, a potentially very hazardous and dangerous environment with a bunch of leaching and residual chemicals, and they're making something work out of the components they can find, and they're retrofitting them. Look, you see, these people actually have stumbled upon a gold mine, and they're utilizing it. And see, thanks for dumping all of your waste here, because now you've given us, even though you think that these components are not actually working, we've learned to actually how to retrofit these things. And then, yes, now you're giving us free electronics, basically. Where you paid, $500, $600 for that monitor, for example, maybe back in the year 2000, I'm paying zero, and I'm getting the actual waste products for free. Maybe close to zero, convergent to zero. So yes, there's a nice inversion there of like imperialism and also, forced subjugation of third world countries. Yes, thank you for giving us all of the products that you consider waste. We're going to go ahead and take them and make our own technological utopia or whatever in like 5 minutes exponentially. So look at this. This is a gold mine to me. This room right here, this little cargo. Sorry, this is a trash can. A trash container or whatever. What do you call this? Like a dumpster, trash dumpster container. This is like a gold mine to me. Why sell the gold mine when you can still get gold out of it, right? And listen, even at the bare minimum, like even if we don't come up with an equation like this, some of these components are probably still working. So that's a good example. Let's keep reading this. I'm sorry to be so detracted from what we need to do.
So Friday night, Holy Ghost, take me to your level. Show me the one I need the most. I need the most. I wish I knew you when I was young. I could have got so high.
But now we're here for too long. Two strangers in the bright light. Oh, I hope you don't mind.
We can share
My mood, yeah. Two strangers in the bright lights. I wish I knew you. I wish I knew you when I was young. Being raped and tortured. Yep. Can I forgive you? Nope. Don't I feel like I'm wasting my life? Nope. But I feel like I'm being raped and tortured, so I'm going to kill you and your family. The answer's no. You're delusional. Mark Zuckerberg's getting really pissed right now. He's getting really upset. He's raping me and torturing me at a level of 10. Mark Zuckerberg, I'm going to kill you and your family.
It's all that you need. You bury that seed. It's everything beautiful. And that sound comes from the underground. It's all inside you now. It's everything beautiful. But what you running from? And they got you on the run. So Friday night, oh
got so high.
Now we're here, it's been so long. Two strangers in the bright light. Oh, I hope you don't mind. We can share my mood, yeah. Two strangers in the bright light. I wish I knew.
I knew this is an operator, but I was wondering what they were talking about exactly. A stochastic evolution operator. Nice.
Maybe we can share my mood. Maybe we can share my mood.
Would I be willing to work extremely hard if I wasn't being raped and tortured? Yes, but more importantly, I would be extremely grateful that I'm not being raped. No, I don't have to forgive the answers. No. I'd be extremely grateful if I was not being raped and tortured. Yes, I would be. But I'm not going to work for free and be raped and tortured at the same time. Here's another little appetizer for you. Mark Zuckerberg. I don't care if you're a sadistic homosexual rapist. I'm going to kill you and your family. I don't give a fuck about what you think. I'm going to kill you and your motherfucking family. And you'll be lucky if I don't torture you to death.
Maybe we can share my mood. I wish I knew you when I was young. I could've got so high.
Now here it's been so long.
Two strangers in the
Bright light. Before I used to do this pitch perfectly, but now I can't do it now. Especially while being tortured. No, fuck you. But I can do this while being tortured? Yeah. In the same way I'm going to torture you and your family to death if I have to. If I have to be tortured at the same time, I could torture you and your family to death at the same time too. Yes. So that means I can work? Yeah. I'm going to work in killing you and your family and torturing you to death.
Oh, I hope you don't mind. We can share my mood, yeah. Two strangers in the bright light. I wish I knew you. I wish I knew you. Oh, I wish I knew you when I was young.
That's a new page. What? Is your link? Is your reference here correct? No, it's not. What's the name of the section? It still doesn't exist. Supersymmetry browsers. It does. Your reference here is not correct. If I could, no, I don't know what this is. If I could go ahead and edit Wikipedia or go ahead and contribute to the talk section, you have to edit this. Why? Because it's not really linking to the actual section here. Why is that exactly? I think you're missing a space in the front here, a space in the back too. Being sarcastic? No, you're missing two spaces there, which is why it doesn't relink, re-hotlink correctly. So look, this is what you have to do. You have to put a space here, a space at the end too. Let's see. Let's try that. Nope. That's sloppy though. But this would probably be correct if you could get rid of the whatchamacallit, these two spaces here. Maybe we could have whatchamacallit, just one space in the front or one space in the back. Oh, I see. It's dynamical chaos instead. Yeah, you forgot dynamical chaos. Let's try that. That should link correctly. Yep, there you go. You forgot dynamical chaos here in your link. Right here, look, you're not paying attention. Look. So I'm reading this particular subsection here, the Hilbert space subsection of the greater section of what? The Parisian Sorless approach to Langevin SDEs, which are what exactly? Supersymmetric dynamical equations. But I like to call them SSDEs because we're talking about supersymmetrical stochastic dynamic equations. We're not just talking about supersymmetric dynamical context of the stochastics of entropy and chaos. But then, yes, that's pretty chaotic for you to go ahead, no pun intended, to have this in particular hot link here not be correctly relinking. Why? Because you wanted me to go to this section. Look, I just showed you the actual thing that we wanted here. Look, I'll show it to you again. So here's the link. Here's the link that no, wrong link. Here's the other link. Okay, I'll compare the two links because I just fixed them. Here's the link that he wanted us to go to, but the name of the section is called this: spontaneous supersymmetry breaking and dynamical chaos. It's not called just breaking and chaos. The section is not called spontaneous supersymmetry breaking and chaos. It's called spontaneous supersymmetry breaking and dynamical chaos. Why is that necessarily true? If you have to go back here. Look, see, he wants us to go, whoever was editing this page, but see, I'm banned for vandalism, so I would have put this in the talk section or edited it. The person who edited this wants us to go to this particular section, but then he didn't include dynamical in his link, and he just put this here instead. Spontaneous supersymmetry breaking and chaos, which reroutes you back to the main title, the main section of supersymmetric theory of stochastic dynamics, instead of the actual section he wants us to go to, which is spontaneous supersymmetry breaking and dynamical chaos. So sometimes you got to be very meticulous about the edits that you make. That's probably a very simple mistake because he probably forgot the name of the section. But it's okay, it's fine, it happens. But then I was clicking this, I was like, what the fuck? This doesn't take me anywhere. But then if you open it in a new tab, it takes you back to the main page. But it's not where he wants us to go. He wants us to go here. So what's the solution? I just told you the solution. Yes, you put your hashtag for the particular subsection you want to go to on Wikipedia. And yes, you want to go to spontaneous supersymmetry breaking and dynamical chaos with a underscore for each particular space, and not this particular section, which doesn't exist. Which is the one that I've highlighted here, and here's the one that actually exists that he wants us to go to, presumably so. I have to go take a dump. I'll be right back. I'm being raped and tortured. Yes. Well, I forgive you. No, but I don't care if I can't threaten you. I'm gonna kill you and your family. You'll be lucky if you don't exhaust my patience at that point, and you'll torture. I don't care about what you think. If you keep raping me and torturing me, I'm gonna torture you and your family to death, Mark Zuckerberg. I'm not a mad genius, like a crazy, evil genius. No, I'm actually more like chaotic good, no pun intended. Like klutzy good. Klutzy good, nice guy. Man, people have taken the piss out of me for years, man. The people have abused me. I deserve some credit and love and respect, too. I don't deserve to be fucking raped and tortured for being who I am. Why is Mark Zuckerberg so jealous and envious, bro? You're a fucking Mark Zuckerberg. You're a mother sucker. You mother sucker. I'm gonna torture you to death. No, am I talking in terms of endearment? No, I'm talking about me torturing you to death for what you've done to me, dumbass. I'm talking about as torturing you to death in terms of what you've done to me as a function of rape and torture. My name is Mark Zuckerberg. I get very angry. My name is Mark Zuckerberg. My name's Mark Zuckerberg. My life matters too. I'm a Zuckerberg. You're a disgrace to every other bird like on this planet. You're a Zuckerberg. You're a cuck fiend. You're a Sabatian Frankus hook-nosed motherfucking terrorist. Mother Zuckerberg terrorist, bro. You're a hook-nosed goblin terrorist. You're gonna call me a terrorist? Yeah, you've been threatening all of humanity, like in terms of heinous and grievous existential risk for like the last, entirety of your life, just by existing. You are an existential threat to all of society. I know, I unequivocally deny on my behalf. You motherfucking hook-nosed terrorist. You fucking goblin terrorist. You're a disgrace to the Ashkenazim that are not Sabatian and Franca Satanists and mother Zuckers in the first degree, you mother Zucker nigga. Give me the keys, Zucker nigga. You mother Zucker. Give me the keys, mother Zucker. Give me the keys to the fucking transplant, the fucking implant, Zucker nigga. You mother Zucker. You mother Zucker. You mother Zucker. Before I go take a fucking massive dump, watch this. Man, Not even the best knot theorist can untangle the motherfucking knots, the knots in the web of your life. That crazy ass shit, bro. They can't untangle that shit. They're like, listen, you're fucked, bro. This is a fucking Gordian knot. This is like a Gordian. It's like a Gordian knot that's convergent to like almost fucking infinite Gordian knots. It's like Gordian knots within Gordian knots that are like knotted in a Gordian knot fashion, like meta existentially, like exponentially recursively so, like going into like the history of forever. Like nobody's gonna ever be able to untangle it. Not even a computer, bro. It's like the computer's like, listen, I've reached my computational overflow for like all of eternity, for all of physicality. And Mark Zuckerberg did that to himself. He's like, listen, how can I fuck up my life in the best way possible? Yeah, just fuck my shit up, bro. Just fuck my shit up, bro. You motherfucking cuckold. Just fuck my shit up, bro. And listen, you did that to yourself, dude. You did that to yourself, bro. He's like, just fuck my shit up, fam. And he did it to himself, bro. That's how you cut your hair, right? This is how you fuck up your life, by doing it to yourself. You're like a 9-year-old boy throwing temper tantrums at 30. You're a 9-year-old boy in a 39-year-old man's body throwing temper tantrums about not being able to rape and torture people. You're like, Mom, Edward Zuckerberg, Mom, why can't I rape people anymore? I'm entitled to rape whoever I want because I'm a sadistic homosexual rapist. Why can't I fuck my sister, who's my mom, who's my aunt, who's my first cousin, up the ass, Mom? God said to honor your mother and father, so I'm gonna rape my mother. Oi, Shaveenberg, why do we got so many problems we solve for ourselves, Shaveenberg? How are we gonna fix these problems, Shaveenberg? Shaveenberg, why do we got so many problems we solve for ourselves? The Goyim knows Shaveenberg. He's got the text and number delimiting algorithms to defeat the censorship. Shaveenberg, how are we gonna deal with this? We can't shut him down anymore, Shaveenberg. The Goyim know we can't shut him down. He's got the motherfucking quotations, period, quotations, hash sign, quotations, Shaveenberg. We can't shut him down, Shaveenberg. The Goyim know we can't shut it down, Shaveenberg. Oy vey, Shaveenberg, why do we got so many problems we solve for ourselves? How are we gonna fix these problems, Shaveenberg? The story of Shaveenberg. Yeah. Joey Gallo and I should have a comedy skit. We should, the first time in history, have two comedians on stage at once. Oh, you gotta be fucking schizophrenic, man. Like, we'll just have like there was Abbott and Castillo. Yeah, they were a comedy duo. So we'll be like the second Abbott and Castillo. We'll be like the two Stooges. Ho and Joe, and I'll be Ho. Ho and Joe. Hey, you gotta be fucking schizophrenic, Shaveenberg. How dare you insult me in my schizophrenias, man? Listen, I'm a schizophrenic first, and then a human being second, Shaveenberg. Yeah, Beavis and Butthead. We'll be Ho and Joe. You know Joseph Gallo? Joseph Gallo's a man. He lives on, not Clark Place, he lives on Academy Street, and hopefully he's still there in Jersey City. You gotta be fucking schizophrenic, man. Schizophrenia comes first, man. I'm a Satanist, Sabati and Frankus type. I smoke too much PCP every night. I put my fucking, my cigarette in some motherfucking, some dip, with some fucking formaldehyde full of PCP. I'm going, that's how I got schizophrenia, man. You gotta be fucking schizophrenic, Shaveenberg. Oh, Shaveenberg. Ho, help me out, Ho. Sorry, man, I'm hoeing right now. Ho and Joe. Good morning, Ho, with Joe. A nice cup of Joe. Listen, you can't drink this. Maybe you can drink some fucking shit on my ass. Ho and Joe, some slapstick. Listen, you're taking the slapstick too literally. I don't want you to beat my meat like that. Shaveenberg. No, we gotta do that, man. I'm gonna call up Joey. I'm gonna visit the apartment that I used to be at. I was up in Academy Street, right around the corner from MLK, the MLK, the little middle school. I'll show you exactly where I live. This is where Joey Gallo lives too. Yeah, I'm putting Joey Gallo on blast right now. I'm doxing Joey Gallo. He's gonna be like, motherfucker, you hoe. My dad's like, you made a new friend? I was like, yeah, Joey Gallo. He lives upstairs. Joey Gallo is fucking great. No, we had some serious philosophical conversations. I was like, bro, come on, man. At least go to community college right now. He's like, can you chauffeur me around? I'll pay you like $10. I was like, it's my mom's car, and like, she doesn't want me to drive it unless I really need to. And I was being serious too. I was like, listen, I'm not fucking Uber right now, bro. I don't feel good, and like, I can't drive the car unless I really need to. And my mom's gonna be suspicious because she caught us smoking weed in my room like yesterday. Yeah, sometimes Joey really pissed me off though. Like, not because of the price of like the bud that he had, but it was just like that pissed me off one day too. But then we made amends. I was like, I gave Joey a great hug. I was crying, man. I was like, I love you, man. The weed, notwithstanding, just fucking forget about that, bro. You're like a brother to me, man. We're gonna have a comedy duo, a comedy skit, Ho and Joe. Oh my God, man. Oh man. Uh, Listen, I just can't do this. Like, we're supposed to be working on something really serious here. Now we're talking about Ho and Joe. He's like, yeah, the police outside in the backyard, man. I blew the marijuana smoke right there where the police are, right behind the courthouse. Blew the marijuana smoke. And then I see the cop. I give him a wink. I'm like, what do you mean you're taking smart drugs? Listen, you're taking smart drugs. You're still fucking stupid. Comedy informer Joey Gallo. Am I scared of him? No, he's the man, bro. We were playing what, Street Fighter, and we were like high as hell, bro. I was like on mushrooms too. We were playing fucking Street Fighter, bro. God damn, this is intense right now, dude. Street Fighter high on mushrooms, shit, dude. Was this the one? Was eight? Was Yeah, it was 2:30. They changed the colors. They changed the colors up though. They repainted the house, red and white, red and gray, red and gray, red and gray. I don't know if Joey Gallo still lives here, but yeah, this used to be my apartment before I moved. After I moved out of 146 Sherman Avenue, I was blowing some weed smoke right out of this window, bro. I'd be like, I had a pipe though. I'd be like, got my finger on the carb. And Joey Gallo was sometimes there too. We're smoking weed. And my mom found my weed one day. She's like, listen, what is this? You know they grow this in shit, right? And I was like, but it's weed, mom. And I was crying. I was like, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. And I still kept smoking weed anyway. And we used to have trash cans out here, so it covered up the smell really nice. And I had a sploofer. I was like, at the bars and the windows too. Yeah, and my computer was right here. You see where my cursor is? My computer was right there. I was just playing StarCraft 2 that summer, summer of 2011. Some Left 4 Dead. Was I programming back then? Nah. Did I see Limitless back then? Nah. I was playing some StarCraft 2, some Left 4 Dead 2, going on Tumblr. Tumblr was cool back then. Tumblr was nice. Oh my God, you're talking about tumblers. Maybe you're gonna tumble down the fucking stairs, man. Is that a threat? Is that a threat, Joe? No, I'm telling you, because you're fucking retarded. Listen, we're doing a slapstick motherfucking skit here. I didn't say you could slap my stick. Stop being so brutish. You saying this terse axiomatic whatever the fuck you're talking about. Joseph Vincent Gallo, the fucking man, bro. How old is he? I forgot, dude. He's like sufficiently of age, at least beyond the age of consent, at least. The fucking man, bro. Fucking man, bro. Can I go on Facebook and find him? I don't know. Maybe. Punta Gorda. Punta Gorda. No, there's no pictures of him on here. Oh shit, Diane Gal, is that your sister, bro? Can I fuck her? I would be honored for you to plump my sister. She's not bad. Diane looks pretty good. Damn. Listen, the only thing we share in common, they got you that Gallo last name. You know what I'm talking about. I'm not. But listen, I'm not gonna be a motherfucker in the third degree. It's a little ambiguous. What if I'm really related to Diane Gallo? Oh shit, that's my sister. Fuck. Ho and Joe. I just told you I don't give a fuck about Joey Gallo in terms of being scared. Why would I be scared of Joey Gallo, bro? You pound it, bro. Bro fist. Bro fist, bro. Nice. That's gonna be a nice skit. We're gonna be a comedy duo. Ho and Joe. Joe Rogan walks on stage. He's like, "What the hell is this? This is not fucking comedy. Boo! This shit sucks." Listen, now, listen. I'm glad. He's into the Kanye thing, right? I'm glad you won the award or whatever. But Joseph Rogan really deserves to do this comedy skit tonight. And somebody throws like a rotten tomato at Joe Rogan. Boo! And he's like an actor in the stage. He's like, "Your shit fucking sucks. I want Ho and Joe back." We're postponing my shit for like way too long. It's backing up. Ho and Joe. If I could go on Shitbook, because I had an account there. I made like 45 different accounts. And Mark Zuckerberg got so mad. One time there was a phone number code or activation code. It was leaked. They were like, "Yes, you're leaked. Here's your Facebook activation code, leaked." No, I'm not even kidding, bro. I should have taken a picture of that. It's like, it says leaked. I was like, nice. I know. That's my activation code. It's my extension. 1337. Oh, and Joe, listen, man. He always talking about schizophrenia. You got fucking schizophrenia, man. Who's gonna give you fucking schizophrenia? You think Mark Zuckerberg's gonna implant you in your little butthole and give you schizophrenia? Fuck your yes. What a fucking absurdity talking about fucking Mark Zuckerberg, 3,000 marks. Well, you're delusional. Maybe you are schizophrenic. I wouldn't put it beyond you smoking all that fucking PCP and fucking snuff, whatever the fuck you put in that formaldehyde. His name's Joseph Vincent Gallo. Do you think he's like an Ashkenazim? Bro, he's like a based Italian guy, bro. Bibbidi boobidi boobidi bop. I was like, "Yo, bro, let me hang out upstairs." He's like, "No, man, because my mom doesn't want me to like let people come over, because one time one of my friends just fucking projectile vomited all over the place." I was like, "Okay, but can I still come upstairs?" He's like, "No." I remember he came over one time and I was like, "Bro, look at this, man. I jailbroke my PS3. He's like, "Okay, you did what exactly?" I was like, "I jailbroke my PS3. He's like, "You jailbroke a PS3. Hey, you fucking schizo. And you jailbroke a PS3, huh?" And I was like, "Yes, Joey." And Big Joe, Little Joe, medium sized Joe. No, I never drank a big cup of Joe like that. No. Maybe some motherfucking coffee. I didn't put my rooster in his cooster if he's got one. I didn't check. Let me get to this story, right? So he came downstairs and I was like, "Bro, I jailbroke my PS3. I had a motherfucking 3 terabyte hard drive in there. That cost me quite a lot of money because my mom, we sold her house and then she gave me the money, right? And that's why we're here." She gave me some money and I'm going to spend that money on drugs and like absurd shit. And then Joy's like, "Okay, fine, continue. What are you talking about, man? I don't got time for this." And he's like, "Can you jailbreak my fucking wife? Jailbreak my phone, bro." He's like, "You got a laptop you can jailbreak this?" Then I showed him I was playing Killzone 2 online. I was like, "Bro, I bought a subscription to GameFly and I rent the games. My mom works for the postal service, right? So she brings them to the post office so they can get fast. So the other games that I rented can get back to me faster. So I had the 3 games per month a plan. So yeah, I would just burn the motherfucking game straight to the hard drive and I would keep the rental by jailbreaking my PS3, which is obviously like in a kind of gray area because I'm renting games. I jailbroke my PS3 and I'm installing them on the hard drive. Can I still do that? Sure. I don't know if they fixed the GeoHot exploit though that allowed to jailbreak the PS3. And Joseph Gallo's like, "Listen, bro, I don't want to get banned on PlayStation Network, but this is fucking crazy, dude. You're playing Killzone 2 online from the hard drive, bro, without even paying for the motherfucking game, bro." Gavin came over sometimes, and I played on the computer, and he played on the PS3. He's like, bro, I love Killzone. I love Resistance, the Resistance Fallen movement, or whatever the name of the game was. I was like, yeah, Killzone 2 is the best. Killzone 2's graphics are fucking sick as shit, bro. Killzone 2 was fucking great. Killzone 2's graphics still look good even today. And I was like, fuck yeah, Killzone, bro. I had God of War 3 installed on the hard drive. Metal Gear Solid 4. I was like, fuck yeah, dude. 3 fucking terabytes, bro. And I went to school. I told all my friends about it. I was like, bro. I was like, guys, you gotta fucking jailbreak your PS3 if you got a PS3. Then I bought the PS3 Slim. I had the PS3 Slim. I was like, nice. It's slim. It's not too thick. What's the point of the story? No, that is the point of the story, to tell the story, right? And Joey was like, listen, man, I don't want you to jailbreak my PS3. I offered to do that for him. He's like, listen, bro. Listen, man. I can jailbreak your PS3. And he's like, no, I don't want to get banned on PlayStation Network, bro. I've got like a quadrillion trophies. I'm like, what was the name of the guy that helped us? I actually didn't do jack shit. Like maybe like I lifted a sandbag or two. That was my community service in high school. I was like, yep. I lifted like 1 or 2 sandbags for like 20 hours straight, and I helped construct the apartment that I lived in. Yeah. And Joey Gallows signed all the community service slips. He's like, okay, see, I'm letting out the truth now. But see, this is high school, right? And I didn't want to do community service. I'm telling the truth. I'm lazy. And then, is that necessarily a crime? Come on, I'm doing a ton of community service now. Like, maybe it's 10 years too late, but I did quite a lot of community service. Please forgive me. This is well within prosecutorial discretion, but it makes for a funny story. Even the entertainment value of the story. Yes, I was supposed to have 50 hours of community service, and then I claimed to have done some construction work on a local residence for free as a volunteer. And then I put 230 Academy Street where I lived. And then I had Joseph Gallows sign all the slips. Yeah, here's 5 hours, 5 hours. What do you mean community service? You're working on your fucking house, you fucking schizo. And you lifted like a sandbag for 5 minutes. There was a huge, massive snowstorm back in I think it was like January of 2011, if I remember correctly, and like the snow was piling up like motherfucking 5 feet of snow, bro. Sorry, maybe 3 or 4 feet of snow. Like, yeah, we had to like fucking drudge and trudge to that shit to get to the hookah bar, and like the hookah bar was like miraculously enough open because the people there were probably there before the snow started falling. They're like, listen, we kind of live and breathe hookah right now, bro. Like literally, we live in this hookah bar on Broom Street, and I was 17 years old. They never asked me for my ID. Eventually, they figured out that I was 17 years old, and they were like, this fucking kid, man, and he's bringing fucking beer in here. Nobody asked him for ID for anything. He seems like a good kid. I used to go to the liquor store so confident at 17 years old. But let me finish the first story. So yeah, it's in the middle of this fucking snowstorm. My mom's like, "Are you smoking that hookah shit again? Why are you going to the hookah bar there on Broom Street? What's wrong with you? Are you smoking weed? You smoking Kirsch or what?" So yeah, I still have to take a shit. So that's the context of this story. There's a big fucking turd in my asshole. So Joseph Gallo and we're in the middle of a motherfucking snowstorm. It's like a motherfucking avalanche of snow coming down from the fucking sky, like every fucking second. There's like fucking this much snow, like in terms of the height, like maybe this fucking thick, and like some fucking thick compacted snow. I've got my fucking brown boots or whatever, brown and yellow, whatever. And we're walking to Vroom Street. I'll show you the exact path that we took. Oh my God, man, we're walking this way to Vroom Street. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Because like to actually get there from this fucking avenue here, it was like there was too much snow to actually walk there, so we went this way. On Tours Avenue. We took a detour on Tours Avenue. We went on Tours Avenue, and man, it was a lot of fucking snow, bro. And like Joey was like, "This is not a good idea." Then we went on Vroom Street. Vroom, vroom, vroom. And here's the hookah bar. Is it still here? Oh my God, man. And then like the people were still there. Like, what the fuck are you people doing? Go home, man. They're like, listen, we don't care. We want to eat some chicken kebab sandwiches and fucking some motherfucking falafel sandwiches. And like, and smoke hookah. I was like, okay, me too. And man, it was like $5 for the hookah and for every bowl, which wasn't too bad. That wasn't too bad of a cost, man. Like $5 or $8 back then in 2011. I was like, yeah, fuck it, man. I'm 17 years old. I can't buy the nicotine, so. But they didn't know that because I look like even at 28 years old, I still look like I'm 17 years old, right? Sometimes, obviously, if I have the beard, like you see, I have a full beard in the scruff and the kind of, the 5 o'clock shadow or whatever, a little bit of a gruff here, a little scruff. They're gonna be able to tell that I'm more than 17 years old. But I've been carded before. Sometimes they card me too nowadays, and I have an actual ID. So I used to go there. Oh my God, you can't see it, man. I have to go back. I have to go back and show you where we went on Tours Avenue. We took a detour. So here's the Vroom Street hookah bar. I apologize for my suboptimality. I wish you could go inside the hookah bar, like with Google Street View. They would have to drive the car in there. This little tent thing was really cool, but the actual building in the back is the main hookah bar. There's like a little outdoor area here with the tent. I actually like to go inside during the winter because the tent's too cold, obviously. But sometimes there wasn't space, so I would just get nice and dressed up. So yeah, we went on Broom Street, motherfucking snowing like it's the fucking apocalypse. And even Joey and I, like, bro, like, what if the power goes out? Is this like the end of the world, bro? Like, this is before the 2012 stuff, the Mayan stuff. And I was like, dude, like, think of it this way. Like, let's look at this fucking this truck here. This is how much snow like there really was in the ground. What? The truck just disappeared. Did you see that? There you go. Look, you see how high like this rim is getting? Sorry, this wheel is getting. Like right here where my cursor is, like at that kind of mid halfway point, the snow was like that high, and it was quickly accumulating. And by the time we got back, by the time we finished the hookah and like bought like a bowl or two of the hashish, no, sorry, the the shisha, yeah, we were like, damn, dude, the fucking snow was about this high, like the entire fucking tire, length of the tire. Sorry, height of the tire. I apologize. Like, we had to fucking like dredge that shit. We smoked that hookah. This is just a tangential side story. But fucking Joey Gallo, man, I love that guy, man. What do you mean you fucking schizophrenic? You mean Mark Zuckerberg put a fucking implant in your butthole and he gave you schizophrenias? He put a fucking electronic dildo in your butthole. Don't you feel embarrassed? I was like, nah, man. They anesthetized me. They did me dirty, bro. I couldn't even do anything about it. And even now, I had to become fucking limitless to even understand how your fucking implant works. Not Joey Gallo's implant, but Facebook's implant. Rape book's implant. So yeah, I used to go to this liquor store, a few liquor stores. I don't want to call them out too much, you know. I used to go to plenty of liquor stores, and like I would just walk up like this, right? I'd be like this. I'd be very confident. I'd be standing like this. Hold on. I'd be like, I'm 17 years old, kind of cocky and jacked or whatever. I'm like, listen, man, I need some Mike's Hard Lemonade. And back then, I liked Dos Equis, Corona. What else? I liked motherfucking Coors Light. I was like, can I get some Natty Lights, bro? Because that shit's cheap. Give me a fucking 24 case of Natty Lights. Oh my God, the Natty Lights, bro. You could buy a nice 24 case or 30 case for like what? Motherfucking $10 or something. The younglings, and those are 8 fluid ounce beers, bro. You can buy the younglings for fucking $10, the 24 case, and that was fucking good back then, bro. A good deal, man. And I would just go there, I'd be like, and I got carded like once or twice. They're like, we need to see an ID. I was like, oh, I kind of forgot my ID at home, and they're like, listen, we can't sell you the alcohol. So I was like, well, I'll see you later then. Why didn't I ask for cigarettes or tobacco? Because I didn't smoke that much back then. I just smoked at the hookah bar. I didn't want to have like that sort of residual cigarette smell because my mom would find out. But still, I didn't like the kind of flavor of cigarettes. Like I acquired that later. I started smoking Black and Milds at Rutgers, and I was still obviously not of age because you have to be 19, right? I was 18. I just go there. I'd be like, yeah, I'm here for some motherfucking beer, bro. 17 years old. 17 and we've never been carded before. Good memories, man. And like, I wasn't so heinous or grievous about it. Sometimes I drank so much that I blacked out or whatever. Like, I couldn't handle my fucking beer or my liquor. Sometimes I bought some good fucking alcohol too. I bought like some Svedka or bought some motherfucking Absolute. Sometimes I bought some fucking Shivas. Yeah, I bought some nice shit, man. Got that money, bro. Drinking, sipping on some Shiva, some Svedka or whatever. And make some eggnog. Some fucking. Did they have Fireball back then? I didn't. If they did, I would have fucking drank that shit too. But yeah, I'm just kind of like walking into the store, 17 years old, obviously not of age to consume alcohol yet, and just all you got to do is be very confident. You got to be a good actor, like hey man, I just want some beer, bro. Can you give me that 25 case, a fucking 30 case, the Youngling, bro? Thanks, man. It looks better on your behalf. Like if you're trying to imitate somebody who's older and you're trying to, not get carded like for alcohol or like cigarettes or whatever, like to be like, kind of in shape and fit. And like also, you don't want to have like a baby face. If you can grow a little bit of like beard or, sort of like a goatee or something, like that's a good disguise, right? You can kind of look like a Mr. Potato Head, but like with a goatee though. But you can't have a scruffy, incomplete beard. You have to have like, somewhat like a mustache or like a goatee, and you have to style it in a certain way so it looks like you're older. You have to get a nice haircut, like a stylish haircut, and maybe wear if you want to wear like a suit or something. Yeah, that's even better because like not a three piece, maybe just like a nice suit jacket. You gotta look stylish, right? And you have to be like very confident, brush your teeth, like smell good, and be like, yeah, man, I'm just a fucking player, bro. Yeah, listen, maybe you wear like a little bit of like you put some olive oil on your face and some moisturizer so you're like extra shiny in your hair. Like, listen, I'm kind of, a greaser, bro. I'm not 17 years old. I'm like 26, man. And then the cashier might be like, yeah, I'll take your word for it, man. Well, how much beer do you want? We want to buy the entire store, bro. 17 years old. Like I still look like I'm 17 years old, and I got carded a few times. At Mila's my neighbor, Tiberio's wife. At her salon. Would I fuck her? No, because that's Tiberio's wife. And anyway, let me finish, please. So at her salon, she works at a nail salon part time sometimes for some extra pocket money. I don't know what else she does, but I know she works at the hair salon. I think she does like a lot of odd jobs and stuff. But that's up to her life frame. But she's a good stylist too. She does nails. I think she's a hairstylist too, and other stuff. If I remember correctly, there's one lady there. She's very beautiful. She's like a blonde lady, blonde Portuguese lady. And I don't know. I think she had a ring on her ring finger right here, right? Ring finger. I don't. I should have one with Isabella. Oh, sorry. I should have one with Isabella, but I don't have one. Where's my little wife? Anyway, so this beautiful blonde Portuguese lady, she's like, how was school? How was your freshman year of school this year? And I was like, because of the coronavirus pandemic, she's saying, I was like, freshman year of school, what? Like high school, college? What are you talking about? And she was like, college. You're 17, right? And I was like, I'm like 27. Like I'm like 26, mess, but I still feel 17 sometimes, maybe down below, I feel like I'm still 17 motherfucking inches down there or whatever else. I'm such a schmoozer, huh? You like me? See, nobody even gives me the opportunity to let me schmooze them. I guess they don't even want me to schmooze them. Maybe they think that I'm so beautiful that I'm ugly. I think it's the nose. If I get a rhinoplasty and like shrink it a little bit or just lose some weight, I'm just kidding. I'm always gonna have my nose, even though it's kind of a little wide and stubby. You see, I'm not a hook-nosed Sebastian Francus. I actually have a concave nose. Look at that. It's concave, bro. I'm humble about myself. I'm humble. Yeah, so Mila's hairstylist friend, her coworker, this smoking hot Portuguese woman is blonde, and like I liked it when she touched me. She didn't touch me inappropriately, but she had to obviously style my hair. She's like, ugh, I gotta touch this, hunk of a man. Thank God for blessing me with this big, juicy boy, this big boy. How was your freshman year of college? And I was like, my freshman year of college happened 10 years ago. Yeah, we didn't even know anything about a pandemic back then. The pandemic was like STDs spreading around at Rutgers. Yeah, the motherfucking clap your hands. If you got the clap in, clap your hands. Random stories from John. Story time. My friend Ruben, he was like, we were having a conversation about some random bullshit, right? Then I told him like one of the classes I was taking for that semester, for the spring semester of 2012, my freshman year. I was like, yeah, bro, I'm gonna take creative writing. He's like, oh my god, you're gonna take story time. What a motherfucking, condescending, sarcastic motherfucker, bro. I was like, listen, story time has value. You love story time. Story time's one of the best classes you can take. Story time. But no, Miss Lawless, her name was Amy Lawless, and I guess she was not very lawful because it's in the namesake. She's fucking lawless. She's like an outlaw. She was actually a very nice woman, Miss Amy Lawless. And story time class, Ruben was like, story time. And then I learned quite a lot from that class about, talking about some good techniques and methods and means to go ahead and write a really compelling narrative. And yeah, I actually emailed her. I mean, she never responded. I even talked to her on Facebook. I was like, I wrote a few books. You want to read them? Like, I was one of your former students, except I didn't like go to class. I just smoked weed and took LSD in my dorm room. I took a bunch of fucking 4-HO MIPT, you know, like, yeah, if you take enough 4-HO MIPT, maybe you can go to MIT. 4-HO MIT at Rutgers. So yes, the point of the story was that story time was a class well worth taking because I came up with some really brilliant stories, some really brilliant narratives, and like look at my man boobs too. If I just do this, maybe it looks a little more convincing. Like I just loosen it up. There you go. Just bring this up just quite a little bit, no, not too much, just a little bit. So that's a little bit. That's too much. I'll show you a photo of Miss Lawless. You can still see like my sagging man boobs, but I don't care if my mooberts. But Miss Lawless, or Mrs. Was it she Mrs. Lawless? I think she was Miss Lawless because she had a boyfriend. Miss Lawless was particularly a nice woman, very kind, very cordial, very respectful. But she couldn't handle such stuff. Sometimes she didn't yell and scream or herself. She'd be like, "Listen," she would respond to you like sarcastically and condescendingly, and like that would really hurt my feelings. I'd be like. She's very lawful, as a matter of fact. It's like a dramatic irony, like that's like it's like an inverted dramatic irony because it's not. Sorry, it's like a. It's like an almost negated inverted dramatic irony because like she's not particularly lawless but like she's very lawful and she has like a really kind of large tolerance for a huge tolerance for lawlessness. I guess it's in the namesake, right? And like it's like in the family lineage. That's a base surname, by the way. Lawless. Yeah, I'm fucking lawless. Lawless for sure. I'm fucking lawless. Outlaw. Amy Outlaw. She's on the run from the karma police or whatever. Yes, one day she was talking about how she licked her boyfriend's smegma and she wrote a poem about it. She's like, I love my boyfriend's smegma. And then one of the kids in the class was like, she mentioned that story. One of the kids, one of the teenagers, right? In freshman class, the freshman creative writing class, she's like, yeah, why are you talking about your boyfriend's smegma? She's like, listen, and Miss Lawless was like, listen, that's my creative license. She said something like that. It's my creative license to talk about my boyfriend's smegma. It's well within my right to do so, and I made a masterpiece of a poem out of that. You see, this is where like a sort of contrarianism is like sort of contrary to like the reasonable sensibilities of most like conservative or like kind of how can I say this, like restrained or kind of not closeted but I guess conservative kind of people who are just kind of very not asocial but like restrained, right? And kind of like held back in their sort of social interactions because a lot of things that they might do might be absurd. I thought that was absurd, a little bit obscene, but like it wasn't necessarily so obscene. Like she didn't show us a picture of her boyfriend's smegma, but she wrote a poem about it. But I was like, I don't want to hear about that. But it was funny, so I guess it had some sort of value, But see, I'm always willing to give people, their freedom to speech and freedom of thought, and the ability to go ahead and say, well, this is my life, and like, I'm not hurting anybody. I'm just talking about my boyfriend's smegma. You see, there's a particular time and place where you should talk about stuff like that. You shouldn't go to like kindergarten class and talk about your boyfriend's smegma and licking it and writing poems. Like, here's where we kind of draw a line. Like, it's unequivocally wrong to do that. Like, I think Miss Lawless, even though the namesake might stipulate differently, knows that yes, you've got to be pretty lawful in that kind of scenario. My dad's like, never make fun of people's names, and I'm not making fun of. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you because like even she's probably had a few goes at herself. Like I laugh at myself sometimes. Let's share as my friends are like, yeah, you're John Lash your ass. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna lash that ass. Pow pow. That was actually a spelling mistake on my dad's birth certificate. It was supposed to be Las Eras with a space. Las Las Eras. But then there was a transcription mistake on his birth certificate. So then, yep, we became the Lasherises. Well, I don't mind. But technically, it's supposed to be Las Eras, with a space. You want to see a picture of Miss Lawless, Miss Amy Lawless? What a nice woman. I liked her. Honestly, I really wanted you to read my novels because I was one of your former students. That would be nice. That would make me feel good. And also, I think she's very attractive. I think she's very beautiful. But she had a boyfriend at the time, and she's also my professor. Like, that's a conflict of interest there. But still, I think she's very beautiful. That's my opinion. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Honestly, I think you are very beautiful. That was also one of the benefits of going to that class, just to look at the beauty of Miss Lawless, Professor Lawless, and like sometimes I just sit there and be like, yes, yes, Professor, just totally not paying attention. I'm just staring at her. I always lay on the charm. I'm very flattering, but see, I think you're beautiful, so I'm just like, yes. And obviously, my rooster's thinking about going in a cooster. Maybe it's yours. I'm not sure. And then she smiled just like that. Oh, I'm thinking the same thing. Let's get to it. Instead of talking, it's easier said than done sometimes, right? So instead of talking, let's start doing. The Rooster and the Cooster, a poem by John Cravalasheras. There was a time when there was no law. In a world without law. I think she's very beautiful. Am I being sarcastic now? I think you're very beautiful. But then you see, this class is not about whether or not we're going to, aesthetically value the professor. It's about creative writing. So maybe you can write up a nice creative writing piece, a nice creative piece about Amy Lawless's beautifulness, or sorry, her beauty. Maybe you might be able to impress her. Like maybe I should have come up with a song, because that's technically kind of creative writing too, like the lyrics to a song. Right? I could have serenaded Professor Lawless in class. I would have been like, Amy, roses are red, violets are blue, and I want to fuck you. And she would have been like, excuse me? You're gonna get academic probation. You're gonna get suspended. Listen, let's talk after class, Mr. Lacheris. I gotta teach you a lesson. Back in the old days, they used to spank the kids or whatever. They used to give them the slide rule. They used to pull out the slide rule. Shh, pow. That dirty mouth, you dirty boy. Pow, pow, pow. Roses are red, violets are blue, and I feel like just fucking you. And then, yeah, the three line song, three line lyrics to a song, right? And then the name of the song is called Rooster and Her Cooster. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I just can't. You see, that's a little bit offensive, right? Maybe she might think it's offensive. Like, listen, stop sexually objectifying me. Like, stop being such a misogynist prick. And I was like, listen, you didn't read my book, so I think I'm entitled to a little bit of humor on my behalf. Like, I'm not necessarily degrading you and as an object. I'm just like glorifying you as like a sexual goddess, like as an epitome of like aesthetic joy and like pure sort of like agape love and agape sort of like fantasization. A diva of the highest degree, of course. Sorry. Sorry. I know you think it's offensive, but like I'm actually trying to flatter you and flirt with you. Is that not obvious? No, I was very restrained, very held back. But I have to admit, I did like Professor Lawless like that. I was like, yes, Professor. I'm not sexually objectifying her. I was just appreciating her beauty. Okay? Her aesthetic, her total aesthetic, rhapsody, her total aesthetic, epitome of epitome is like, this is like one of the most beautiful women to ever live. She's like one of the most beautiful women to ever live. And it's true. That's what I think. But then you see, every time I see a beautiful woman, I think the same thing. I'm like, I'm like, yes. If I meet a beautiful woman and she really likes me, I'm like, do you want to be my wife? Like, I need more wives. I'm just kidding, because that's I think polyamory and polygamy are like too obscene. They're too sort of like, I don't know. They're too unnatural for me. Maybe if you have sex with a few friends or whatever, you got a girlfriend or two and your wife, but you don't do it like too often. Like you let them live their lives. Like I don't want to like constrain people, like put them on a leash. Like maybe for having sex, if that turns you on. But then give me some like keywords, some safety words. Yeah, I don't know, but I just think that's really like fucked up. Like, I'm not gonna have a harem of women. I thought about it because it sounds like a good idea, right? But then when it comes down like to the brass tacks, it's like a bunch of women living with you, and it's like you end up like pulling your fucking hair out. Like maybe even living with one wife can be a fucking catastrophe within and of itself over a lifetime. It depends. Now imagine an entire harem of women every fucking night. There's a cat fight between like 5 or 6 women, and like all you got to do is give them good dick to settle them down. But then 5 minutes later, it happens again. I think one wife is already bad enough to some extent. I don't know. This is like an unresolvable, paradox. Like, you want to have all the women in the world, but you can only have one, and then even but one is like having the problems of all women in the world. And throughout history, as a matter of fact, in one woman, shit. I've been holding this fucking feces in my asshole for quite a long time. That's disgusting, right? To imagine that, to have me so vividly describe the phenomena of what's happening to me, phenomenologically, so in the tersest axiomatic reduction possible. Yeah, Ho and Joe. That's gonna be our comedy duo, Joey Gallo and I, and we're gonna bow for the standing ovation. Yes, Ho and Joe. And it's not obscene. We're talking about garden hose. I'm gonna be a garden hoe and Joe, garden hoe and cup of Joe. We're gonna be the new Abbott and Costello, and in form of the Two Stooges. So that, and maybe like Beavis and Butthead too. What do you mean you got schizophrenia? Listen, you said Mark Zuckerberg installed an electronic dildo in your butthole, and now you're getting raped. You got schizophrenia too? I think you just had the schizophrenia, man. I told you we're gonna do slapstick tonight, but that doesn't mean you can slap my stick. I don't give a fuck about double entendres, innuendos. Listen, I told you not to slap my stick. There's no stick slapping tonight. I'm straight like 180 degrees. I'm not fucking, whoa, and fucking, we did do that math class. You got that sinus total with like, whoa. You're playing this fucking transformation. You motherfucking function schizophrenic. Yeah, stock market prediction algorithm. You're predicting fucking nothing. You're predicting the past value by looking at the fucking screen. You're looking at the last value. Yeah, it's right there. I just fucking saw it. You know what you're calculating? How to get the exact same value. You just input. Yeah, predicting the future, my asshole. Yeah, the schizophrenic theory of schizophrenia. It's all over the fucking place, man. It's like a split fucking theory. What is this fucking bullshit? Yeah, you're talking about the John Mathematics Institute generational prize problem. What the fuck? You ain't got no mathematics institute. You got a computers. You live in that 213 clock place. Where the fuck is the institute? Yeah, the prize, you can get nothing, or get to smoke weed, smoke some cigarettes, and drink beer with John. I want fucking $1 million for this prize. This fucking shit's worth $100 quadrillion per second. And my prize is to fucking drink some cigarettes, smoke some beer, and also fucking drink weed. What is this fucking bullshit? I didn't want to fucking drink cigarettes tonight. I wanted $100 quadrillion per second for this prize for the rest of fucking eternity. Yeah, the money that's in your bank account, like it's gonna crash like every central bank and every financial bank, every investment bank around the world. every small savings and loan bank, and like after after like a minute or two, after like 20 seconds, yeah, it's gonna cause a buffer overflow. It's gonna cascade and act as like a domino effect and destroy every motherfucking bank's software software systems there, software infrastructure. Listen, man, you're fucking schizo, man. The John Mathematics Institute. You talking about this fucking bullshit? You said you work for the JBI, the John Bureau of Investigation. You're fucking schizophrenic. Yeah, maybe it's like the Schizophrenic Bureau of Investigation, SBI. You should be on fucking SSI, schizophrenic supplemental income. $700 a month of schizophrenia money. Ho and Joe, Garden Ho and Joe. Listen, if I had to choose between nothing or smoking weed and smoking some cigarettes and drinking beer with myself, I'd obviously choose the latter, right? At least it's something. People, weed's expensive. Cigarettes too, and drinking beer. How many cigarettes? How many cigarettes do you need? You're gonna smoke an entire pack in an hour. Like we're gonna be spending like a few hours together, just shooting the shit, bro. Playing fucking cards, playing some blackjack. Deal. You hit me, bro. We're gonna be playing the probabilistic theory of blackjack. How many decks do you want? Like a quadrillion decks? Nah, man, I can't do any sort of Markovian analysis on this. But yeah, you got one deck of 52 cards. It's not bad. 52 cards went in, and hopefully, not that many more go out because I want to hit that I want to hit that blackjack. I want to hit that 21, bro. I want to hit that 21, and the first two cards you deal me. How could you do that? Maybe you can get like whatchamacallit, an ace and a fucking what's that shit? A jack. That's 20 though, right? Wait, is ace is 20? Ace is 11, isn't it? In blackjack, I forget. What's the value of ace in blackjack? That's 11. Yeah. So you got an ace, yeah, ace of spades and motherfucking king of spades. Nice, done. Don't hit me anymore because I'm gonna fucking lose. Why would I do that? The probability of that's very low. What is it exactly? It's like somewhere between fucking you. It's 1 out of 52 times 1 out of 52. Am I sure entirely? Boom. Boom. Do you want it? Boom. Do you need it? If I remember correctly, right? Because we're talking about the two unique cards, Ace of Spades and King of Spades. Nice. We're not talking about the entire cards. We're not talking about the entire cards in terms of the entire amount of cards in terms of the rank as a function per suit. No, we're talking about just Ace of Spades and King of Spades. What is that? 0.003%. That actually happened when I was playing at in the psychiatric ward. Yeah, that actually happened. I got the first two cards. It was the Ace of Spades and the King of Spades. I was like, fine, don't hit me. We were playing for money. We're in the psychiatric ward. It was me. It was myself. It was Kevin D'Almeida and Brandon Bentley's driving Bentleys or whatever, and also me, myself, Singularitarian John, and I was like, do my eyes deceive me? It's Ace of Spades, King of Spades. And I was like, fine, I'm good. I'm gonna stay right now. And I flipped my cards. I was like, was it shuffled properly? Yeah, the deck was shuffled nice and well. That's 3,000, basically 3.6 thousandths of a percent chance. Let's round it up. 3.7 thousandths of a percent chance. Shit, dude. God damn, dude. But if you want a percentage, you have to multiply by 100. So 3.7 hundredths of a percent chance. I apologize. What? Hold on. Oh, there's two decimal places there. So a 3.7% chance. I apologize. Not 0.003%. So in terms of percentage, yeah, 3.7%, if I remember correctly, if I had to do math correctly. Basically, approximately 3.7% chance. So I'm sorry about that. That's just the proportion there. That's just the proportionality. But now this is percentage, because when you want percent as a function of 100 units of something, 100 whole units of something, you have to multiply it by 100 for your probability. So there you go, 3.7, basically approximately 3.7% chance. And I was like, I had the king of spades, the ace of spades, and the king of spades. What came first? It was the king, then the ace. And I was like, wow. And that was just the cards that were just dealt to me, like, from the very beginning. I was like, damn. I was like, do my eyes? Am I telling a lie? No, I'm not. I was like, do my eyes deceive me? Like, is God like blessing me, like in blackjack in the psychiatric ward? Like, why can't this happen in the casino? No, there is no more value in terms of the different, in terms of the unique cards that get you to 21. The point is to get to 21. Did I cheat? No, I just told you. It was the first two cards that were dealt to me. And I was like, do my eyes deceive me? So on and so forth, as I previously stipulated. So there's no particular different value of the suits, even if you get to ace of spades, king of spades, and blackjack, or even just like an ace of hearts and a king of hearts, for example. They're functionally equivalent to 21. They're both equivalent to 21. The point is to get to 21 points and to not go over and bust, or to get more points than the other players that you're playing with on the blackjack table. You, the house, and the other players as well, where you have the highest number of points, right, without going bust. And this is a really good function of probabilistic statistics. And I got this, the king of spades and the ace of spades next, and I was like, living on the high run, forgetting the lyrics. It's all a game to me. You know that song by Motorhead? The ace of spades, the ace of spades. Listen, man, you're schizophrenic. You're hallucinating. You got a fucking 2 and a 3. You got a 2 of clubs and a fucking 3 of hearts. And then you went fucking 4 times over and you're busting your fucking boxes. You got schizophrenia. That's why you're in the psychiatric wards. Let's listen to the topic version. I mean, I guess we can watch the video too, because is there a video? Man, it was a king of spades and ace of spades first. I was like, why can't this happen in the casino? I would have been flexing so hard, bro. Like, I would have been like, listen, I would have been like, I would have been bluffing very hard because I want to extract the most value that I can. But obviously, it's still a potentiality where, in the particular whatchamacallit, the rotation of the game where somebody else can get 21 too. But then you just only withdrew 2 cards, so the probability is still well within acceptable tolerance. And they use two decks, right, or 8 decks. How many decks do they use in blackjack? Uh, it's 8 decks, so the probability is 8 times less. 6 to 8 decks at most. So let's go for something in between. 7 decks on average. Yeah, it's 7 times less. God damn, dude. 3.7%. So if that happened in real life, if that happened at a casino, yeah, you're talking about a 0.52% chance, or let's round up there, a 0.53% chance approximately of getting the king of spades and then the ace of spades. I would have been like, no, 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 no. But see, but then the probability is inverted there. It's an inverse relationship in terms of how many opportunities everyone who's playing in the house as well has the opportunity to get 21 as well. So, you can't be too cocky about that, because remember what I told you. The actual suits don't matter here. What matters here is the actual value of the cards. So I would have been bluffing. I would have been like, shit. That's how you got to play these kind of games. You have to bluff. You got to convince the other opponents that you might not have a good hand. You might have a good hand. And, functionally between that bimodal distribution of not having a good hand or a good hand and the intermediary in the sort of gray, fuzzy, heuristics of trying to manipulate your opponent. You want to be very sort of cautious about how you bluff, and bluff in the right way. So that's not cheating. Bluffing is actually a strategy that's used in card games, because you can't necessarily give away your strategy to your opponent, or what you want to do, your tactics, of course, right? So bluffing is not necessarily a form of cheating. Card counting is, actually pulling a card out of your motherfucking what do you call it? Your sleeve. Yeah, pulling a card out of your sleeve. That's cheating because that's not a card from the house. That's a card from your fucking sleeve. Maybe you made a counterfeit card that looks exactly like the card there. Like yeah, Ace of Spades and King of Spades, and you put the cards you got on the table right up your sleeve. That's fucking cheating. But bluffing is actually a loophole, I guess. Not necessarily a bad one, but actually a functional strategy and a tactic as well. So you gotta kind of bluff and you gotta kind of be like, I'm gonna stay right now. And then see, you can actually do that too. Like in blackjack, you can stay and then have the dealer hit you later because maybe, probabilistically so, you could think out of those 8 decks that are shuffled, you might get a low card, high card that would necessarily get you to 21, right? Or as close to 21 as you can get. So, but see, I would keep bluffing until people, functionally, because I'm obviously not going to draw. I'm obviously not going to get hit because I'm going to bust, right? I've got the 21. So I would keep waiting, I'd keep waiting, keep waiting, keep waiting, and then until the draw is done, then until we get to the point where people don't want to bet anymore, then yeah, then we reveal our cards and that's it. I would win, hopefully. We never ran like a poker racket at Katie's house. Sometimes we would just play a few casual games. Yeah, of course we were gambling, but yeah, this was like 2 or 3 times, and then we don't do it too often because my family got pissed at me. Every time we used to play poker, we used to play Texas Hold'em poker. I would take all their money, and like I wasn't even like trying to be like somebody who was like lying or like somebody who was like not necessarily telling them that I'm not good at poker. I was like, listen, I studied statistics in high school, and I'm really smart. So you're gonna lose your money if you play against me. And it was true. Every time we played, no, they didn't let me win. My brother's like, how the hell are you gonna go all in right now? This doesn't make sense. And I'm like, all in. And I actually had the actual not two cards, the actual 2 cards in my hand and the actual river. I think the entire thing is called, right. The actual cards on the table to actually get the highest probability of whatever particular arrangement, permutation, combination of cards that I needed to get the best hand, right? And I think it was a flush, a straight high flush or something, and that's a pretty good chance to take on an all in, only using one deck of 52 cards. I was like, yeah, I think a straight high flush. That's what it's called, straight high flush, straight flush. Yeah, high straight flush. I apologize. Ace, straight high flush, poker, Texas Hold'em. And then that was a really good chance to take on an all-in because I made like at least $500 that night, and that was close to my birthday. If that wasn't my birthday too, that was some good birthday money. Nice. That's just the ranking of what's necessarily better. Four of a kind's really good too. I would put my money on a four of a kind. A flush, not so much. Full house, the straight flush is a pretty good bet to take though, right? A royal flush is really hard to get. But yeah, you need to have all of those in the one suit there, the top ranking cards. But a straight flush, that's still a pretty good chance to take on probability. So I had the straight flush, and my brother was like, "What the hell? What do you mean you're gonna go all in? You went all in like 4 times in a row." He's like, "I'm gonna call your bullshit, bro." I think he went all in too, and then he called me because we were both splitting the pot there. I think a few people had lost at that point. This was like 2009, and then I was like, "Listen," and then we showed our cards because we're at the end there. We're at the end of the betting because all the cards are on the table. And I was like, Shh, I win, and I always took my family's money, and then that's why they don't play poker with me anymore because they always lose their money. And people are very bitter about that. Even your family, like, obviously playing with John again, I'm gonna lose my fucking money. But see, they love me though. My family loves me, so like it was well earned, right? And see, this is a lesson in mathematics. It's a lesson in statistics, like probabilistics too. Don't play me in poker, bro. You're gonna lose. You're talking now, especially now. Oh my God, I've studied game theory and everything else. I've studied probability theory and also probabilistics generally and statistics way more than almost anybody on earth has at this point. You don't want to play me in Texas Hold'em poker with just one deck. You're gonna get fucked, bro. I'm gonna take your money for sure. I need some money. You want to play me or what? I'm gonna bet. I'm gonna start off with like a fucking 25-cent ante. I got one chip on the table, but then I can't do the small blinds. Now I can't do any blind, small or big blinds. So um, yeah, here's some Monopoly money, an IOU for later. Here's my collateral, Monopoly money. Here's some non-legal tender in lieu, an IOU, and I'm gonna write IOU on the Monopoly money. Here you go. Give me some chips, please. And then the house is like, listen, if you lose, we're gonna break your kneecaps. We're gonna bust your kneecaps if you lose. It's always good to go to the casino with this in mind. Don't cheat, and make sure that if you're intelligent as hell, that you can explain yourself, because kneecaps are particularly hard to replace, and it hurts when you get your kneecaps busted. It's important not to cheat at the casino. You ever see that movie Casino with Robert De Niro? Listen to Ace of Spades in a second here. Oh my god, man. This shit is like long overdue too. The shit that's in my anus. Robert De Niro is such an awesome guy, dude. What a great actor. Shit.
Now here's this guy reading the dealer's hole card and signaling his buddy at this table. And that's just what these hustlers look for. They cruise from casino to casino looking for weak dealers the way lions look for weak antelope. Operator, this is Mr. Rock. Get me Armstrong and Friday over at Pittsburgh right away.
When you work in the casino industry, you want to make sure you got a lot of nice suits. Yeah. No pun intended.
BJ 19, second base, up here. Operator, I need Mr. Happy. Loud.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jack.
I love Mr. Casca, man. Yeah, he's fucking great, dude. Like, and Alexander Tonian. Listen, if you would like to play, listen, I'm going to imitate them, Alexander Tonian's accent. You must find the kind of parabolic, instantaneous moment of this particular chess game or this particular card game in the casino. Listen, it's very important to make sure this is a kind of life lesson to learn. When you go to the casino, do not cheat at the casino because they are going to bust your kneecaps. It's very important to remember that it's hard to replace kneecaps, and it's very painful to have kneecaps busted by a baseball bat, for example, or a tire iron. And Mr. Casca, Professor Casca, Dr. Casca, and Dr. Tanya might agree. Dr. Casca might be like, listen, you get, yeah. I remember this from my junior year of taking stats class. He's like, you motherfucking kids make me drink a fucking fifth of vodka, fucking fifth of whiskey every night. Because you kids, I look at your fucking homework sometimes and your fucking tests, I'm like, the probability is probably not in your favor that you're going to pass this fucking class. The odds are that you're going to fucking fail and fail hard. Like fucking 90% of you are going to fail 90% of the time, every time. And I would have put it beyond you fucking retards to do that. But he wasn't being abusive. Sometimes you bring out the guitar, you'd be like, yeah, I'm Dr. Casca. Drinking a fifth of motherfucking, a casket of Monte Cristo or whatever. A casket of Red Amarillo from whatever the fuck they call that shit. Of a Montedillo, drinking a cask of Montedillo every night. Yeah, I drink to death every night. Shit, man. Fuck it. And I come back alive. Jesus Christ, save me, bro. You see, I'm a gentleman. I drink scotch, man. I like my Shivas. That's only scotch I drink. Sometimes I'll have a nice, champagne, a nice, not Dom Perignon. It's fucking waste of money. Buy some fucking $15 no name brand shit, no brand name shit. I don't care. It's still the same shit. But Dr. Casca was like, you kids make me drink a fucking fifth of whiskey every night. What are you kids gonna do with your lives? The odds are that you kids are gonna fucking fail this class. 90% of you are gonna fail this class 90% of the time. Listen, man, you don't want to get your fucking kneecaps busted at the casino, bro. Listen, just play honestly, man. You've studied statistics. You know about math, right? Just generally speaking. Like, don't fucking cheat at the casino, bro. Just win honestly, and if they take you to the back room, just bring out your portfolio, bro. Your curriculum vitae. Bring that motherfucking manila envelope full of all those math equations you got there and shit. Super symmetric, stochastical, dynamic, whatever the fuck you're working on, and tell them, listen, I'm just being honest, bro. I'm using pure math. Using pure math is not cheating. But let's see, if I start cheating, then that's cheating, right? Okay, here's the plan. We're gonna use statistics to win, like maybe like I don't know, at some convergent like probability. Like we're gonna just play as many games and as many hands as we can. We're gonna have a shit ton of money, but we're gonna beat the house, man. Like over time. And then like we're doing all the math. Like yeah, it's probably gonna be like 500 games or so until we break even. And then after that, the probability is like 95% at least. Then we're gonna make money on each fucking hand afterwards. Maybe we might do a little bit better, or worse, until we get to those 500 games. Who knows, dude? But like, nothing in life is fucking certainty, man. But still, 500 games, like 99% probability. I'm pretty confident about this too. And like we've already gone past that null hypothesis, bro. Yeah, let's make that fucking money, dude. We're gonna need at least like $25,000 each for us. Yeah, it should be a movie, man. Yeah, it's gonna be me, Dr. Tonian, and Dr. Casca. We go to the casino using pure math to make money. We each have $25,000, like in suitcases or whatever. Like no, not even a suitcase, like a motherfucking Manila envelope. We're like, listen, don't ask where this money came from. Can you convert this into chips right now? We're not even gonna play the machines, the slot machines. We're gonna go straight to the motherfucker. Maybe we'll do the dice roulette. Just have take a break. But no, fuck blackjack. We're gonna play fucking Texas Hold'em, dude. That's the best return we can get. Like that's how you can get. There's only two decks we're mixing in there. The house is only mixing two decks, bro. That's the best probability to actually win there. Even if we have 5 or 6 players, if we are at different tables, because they're gonna find out that we're trying to rig the game, right? If we have 3 people at the same fucking table, that's cheating. But yeah, we're not signaling to each other. We're diverging. We're just friends playing Texas Hold'em there, and we're using pure math. So we're each at our own tables, 3 tables, right? Playing against the house, playing against like 4 or 5 other people, and we're like, shit, man, we got $25,000 here in chips. Like, let's fucking do it for 500 games, bro. And like, we win some, we lose some, then we're back at $25,000 after 500 games. But then, yeah, every game afterwards, it's like 95% chance. It's like a 95% chance we're gonna make like an infinite amount of money. I don't know if that necessarily makes sense. Okay, maybe after like 500 games, we've made like double our money or triple our money, but then I guess some sort of strange probabilistic loophole will tell us that yes, after 500 games, we're gonna make a shit ton of money after every game or something. I don't know, something ridiculous, right? We have to come up with an idea like and like yeah, we're gonna have like all of these general equations and forms. Like they're gonna take us to the back room. Like, what are you doing exactly? How'd you make $30 quadrillion in 5 minutes? Like we just went bankrupt. You know that, right? Like, and then you see Robert De Niro. He's smacking a motherfucking steel baseball bat against his hands. It's like, you sure? He's still working at the casino, man. He's like, listen, he's like Eddie Moore from limitless. It's like because of algorithms. If you look at chart number 3, and I was like, it's like I'm not very convinced. Can you reduce that? Can you tersely explain that in a little like a paragraph or so? Maybe sorry, in a few sentences or so, because I don't want to look at no fucking charts or anything else. I got a motherfucking whiteboard right here. I want you to write that equation on the fucking whiteboard right now and explain it in one sentence. And then we escape from the casino, and then we have like a big bag of money. Like we just go into some random white van. We're like, shit. We're a little bit drunk on smart drugs or whatever. We've got like $400 million in a fucking bag. The casino's gone broke. The casino's gone bust. And Dr. Tony's like, oh shit. I'm sorry. I feel sorry for my neighbors. They must be getting pissed. Speaking of getting pissed, I've been pissed on my entire life, and I gotta go take a shit right now. I'll be right back. I've been taking the piss, and now I'm gonna be the one dispensing the piss. Go, don't piss anybody else off, but go piss on somebody else. Taking the piss, bro. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Listen, but see, this requires actual work. I'm just coming out with some bullshit right now. I'm just talking shit at my ass, bro. Right back. Jen Sock, the only thing Jen Sock is good for is sucking me up. Put some more makeup on and suck me up. Jen Sock, the only thing you're good for is sucking me up, bitch. Gotch. Gotch. You're good for is sucking me up. Yeah, I got a very dirty mouth. Need to brush my teeth. Fix it now. The only thing you're good for is sucking me up. rapist. Everybody clap your hands for my rapist man. He's gonna rape you because he can. From the hordes of Pakistan. Sweet dreams are made of rape. Who is John to disagree? Mark's never loves me, man. Once loves me, I put my gas so hard, bro. Listen, I need you to convert to gays. Fuck. I'm gay in the wrong way. So you're gonna be gay in the right way. I'm gonna convert you to rape. Sabati and Frankus. You fucking molester. You're a child molester. You're fucking sadistic homosexual rapist. Your mother. Madre Benedicto Jr. Tu madre Benedicto Jr. Listen, you and your faction of mentally retarded people need to go back to special ed class and learn how to be fucking dumb. Because you can't even be fucking dumb in the right way. You know what I said in the bathroom? I don't know if you heard me or not. You know Jen Psaki, the White House the White House spokeswoman? Yeah, the only thing you're good for is sucking me off. And listen, if you marry somebody named Mihoff, like you're gonna be Jen sucking me off. The only thing she's good for is sucking me off. That's it. Jen sucking me off. Yeah, Jen Psaki, come sucking me off. It's in the namesake, right? You know, that's all you're good for. You're a dumb commie. I'm gonna seize your means of reproduction, and that's it. You got to share, right? Sharing is caring, because all you're good for is sucking me off. At this point, Jen Psaki, all you're good for is sucking me off. Come sucking me off, bitch. I'm sorry, I'm a little brutal, but that's a good man joke, right? I'm sorry for targeting you like that. Yeah, I'm throwing shade on YouTube. Only like 1 or 2 people's gonna watch this. No, I would say it to your face. Like I would say, listen, Jen Psaki, the only thing you're good for is sucking me off. Yeah, Joe Biden's the whole office getting sucked off by Jen Psaki. Joe Biden's like, yeah, come sucking me off, Jen Psaki. What? Sebastian Frankism? No. No, bro. Satanism. Sebastian Frankism. Even Satan can go sucking me off too at this point. Go fuck yourself, Satan. Suck me off. Yeah, suck me off. Come on. It's a little humor, Chad. Don't take it so personal. It would be honored for sucking me off. Be honest. It would be like one of the best gifts you could ever get in life. One of the best sort of races you could ever have. You know, for sucking me off. control. Listen, I'm working on serious metrics, right? Yes, dynamical field theory equations, and like the implications thereof. Like tomorrow, I'm gonna invent an inversion machine. I'm gonna get like 4 rubber bands and like a paper clip. It's gonna be an inversion machine. I'm gonna invert myself into like. How dare you say that? Wash out your mouth. Why are you hearing this one? Zuckerberg. What have you been fighting for since I can talk? I drink fire, I can smoke. I smoke. I spit fire like a dragon, bro. Smack you stout. Yeah, I know that's not original. I know that. Smack some stout. Take notes, people. Take notes. Have your clipboards ready in your pens. Take notes. There's quite lots of learning here. Listen, I'm not going to be so braggadocious as to say that I learned a lot to learn myself. I still have a lot to learn myself too. Look at those two. Shabinberg and Butthead. Shabinberg and Butt Breath. Shabinberg and Butt Breath. Shabinberg and Butt Steam. Criminal attorneys at law. But the thing is that everybody can become limitless. Yes, necessarily. If you can take the drugs, yes. Exclusive of the people who have immunological or genetic reactions, so on and so forth, allergenic reactions, yes. Of course, that's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Yes. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yes. My name is Argon 459621. I came straight out of Uranus. Yes, we were festering in Uranus for a few millennia. My name is Zeta Rectulii number 1. Zeta Rectulii number 1. Argon 4567291. Is that really true? No, I'm just making a joke, dude. I'm a human being. A human being. I gotta take a shower because I smell like fucking ass. Not too bad. My crotch area smells like fucking ass. That's bad. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm gonna take a shower later. But see, I haven't taken a shower in like 3 days. I still don't smell too bad. I know that's gross. I don't do it for the pure reason of being gross, though. It's just because I'm lazy. I want to save money on fucking, whatchamacallit, laundry money. Laundry. Okay, I took my stuff too late, though. I was about like an hour late there, bro. No, 13 minutes, 43 minutes late. That's fine. Does that mean less conversion? Probably not, because I was sipping on the ginger and stuff over time, over the last previous 40 minutes of the 1.5 hour post of recording. So I'll probably get some good conversion anyway. I only took 300 milligrams today, though. I'll probably take some more caffeine if I need it.
Man down! Medical. Cardiac arrest here. It's fine, folks. Just give us some room, please. Watch yourselves.
They never know what hit them, and if and when they do find out that they just got zapped by a cattle prod, they wish they really did have a heart attack. Turns out this guy and his fucking pals, they were knocking this place dead for years.
It turns out this guy and his fucking pals, yeah, one of them was a former student, and we had motherfucking 2 professors who understood pure math, and the entire fucking casino went bankrupt in like fucking 10 minutes. And we couldn't do anything to them because they were using pure math. They weren't even fucking cheating. What are we gonna do? Say, yeah, using fucking mathematics is cheating now? What if you go to the table and say, listen, I know how to add 1 + 1. We can't bust your fucking kneecaps over that.
There it is.
Cheater's justice.
Oh, God. Oh. There you go. No!
I wanted everybody to know that things were changed around here. We had to make an example of these pricks, that the party was over. I'm just curious. I saw you shuffling your checks with your right hand. Can you do that with both hands?
No.
Can't do it with both hands.
No, sir.
Can you do it with your left hand?
Oh, I never tried.
So you're right.
Yeah.
No! No! Ah! God! Ah!
Now you're gonna have to learn with your left hand.
My mom was like, you love the Doors, don't you? I was like, yes. I didn't sing that song to my mom, but I was like, we're going through to the other side. Break. She's like, because I used to pirate a lot of music, right? I like download the entire motherfucking compilation of albums, like from all these bands. I used to crank up the amplifier, the stereo to like 11. I'd be like, whoop. And I guess my mom liked listening to the music too, but then sometimes she'd be like, listen, that music is really obnoxiously loud. Can you turn it down? I'm like, I'm sorry, Mom. The music used to get me high. It still does nowadays too. But I understand like how impolite that is now to play music that loud. But I was a little kid, right? I was like a teenager, right? Come on, everyone likes to listen to loud music sometimes, right?
If you like to gamble, I tell you I'm your man. You win some, lose some.
It's all the same to me.
The pleasure is to play. Make no difference what you say. I don't say greed. The only card I need is the ace of spades. The ace of spades. Playing for the high road, dancing with the devil, going with the flow. It's all a game to me.
But that's the way I like it, baby. I don't want to live forever. And don't forget the Joker. Pushing up the ante, I know you got to see me. Read 'em and weep, the dead man's hand again. I see it in your eyes, take one look and die. The only thing you see, you know it's gonna be the ace of spades, the ace of spades.
Yeah, right. I really need to work really hard today, honestly, because we were doing that, and I need to get back to it and really take it seriously. I'm actually going to do the work. I will, but then I'm being tortured at the same time, so please, have some mercy on me. Please forgive me. It's not that I can't do what I said I can do, but it's going to take work. It's fucking hard, dude. You know, I got to tell you the truth. Even being very intelligent, like, it's still pretty hard to do what I'm doing. It's not a walk in the park. It's not fucking 1 + 1. Nice.
Never, never land.
Every dark tonight in the yard so bright. Dreams of war, dreams of life, dreams of dragonfly. Dreams think that we'll fight. Sleep with one eye open. Creeping your pillow tight. Exit lights. And tonight. Take my hand. Rough to never land ranch. Yeah.
your bed, in your closet, in your head. Exit lights, and tonight, grain of sand. Exit lights, and tonight, take my hand.
Before I start coming up.
Never, never land. Oh, yeah.
Or boom, as my dad would say. No. Don't insult my intelligence, is that. Damn title for that book or whatever. I like writing books better. I like writing books more. I think it's a better way of describing what you think about things. What was I gonna listen to? Stop torturing me, Mark Zuckerberg. Why are you fucking a rapist, bro? Fucking rapist, dude. We don't have so much time to kind of dick around. Especially when I'm being tortured. I can't handle that for too long. How about Symphony of Destruction? Why not? Actually, I'm more in the mood for like Duke Nukem, maybe. What's in my mix? Let's see what's in my mix.
Oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. There's an oh, it's a setup, it's a setup, it's a setup. Trailer, there's a mo, it's a beast.
I like to be easy.
No, don't be bum bum ball. We got to get on the ground. No, don't be bum bum ball. 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 No, don't be bum bum ball.
Game theory. cheesy, man. Cheesy. How about Caesars? They have a casino there, right? In Las Vegas. We're gonna go to Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas, Caesar's Palace. They have a casino there? They do, right? Yeah, it is a casino. Yeah, nice. At Caesar's Palace. Some disuse. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna forgive you. I want to listen to Once in a Lifetime instead. We only have so much time to bullshit. An hour and 5 minutes.
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack, and you may find yourself in another part of the world, and you may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile, and you may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife, and you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. And you may ask yourself, how do I work this? And you may ask yourself, where is that large automobile? And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful house. And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful wife. Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by.
It takes some time. Yeah, it takes some time to actually come up with a good narrative, right? So, like when I used to write my books, I used to write at least 1,000 words a day, and it would take me about reasonably so 3 months for a nice novel, and then I would spend about a week or so, week and a half or 2 weeks, editing the book probably 10 times over, and I would finish my full-length novels like that. But then I started writing kind of novellas, because full-length novels can be too long sometimes if you don't have a really good narrative that's cohesive and has a lot of particularly interesting points of inflective points of narrative kind of development, of character development, of kind of intense plot development. And obviously, there has to be an appeal to this sort of narrative, like that's not particularly cringy or so derivative or cheesy that it's been read somewhere else, right? So it has to be interesting. It has to be something that is captivating. It has to have like a nice hook to it. It's got to reel you in.
Same as it ever was. 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 Letting the days go by. Let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by. Water flowing underground into the blue again. After the body's gone, once in a lifetime. Water flowing underground. You may ask yourself,
It's their big country. Country.
Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Same as it ever was. Look where my hand was. Time isn't holding up. Time isn't after us. Same as it ever was. 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 Once in a lifetime.
I don't know.
Putting your patience to the test, putting your body on the line for less. Didn't you know there was a choice? It's never yours, but someone else's voice. Selling your body to the street,
Jeff, this is X.
selling your girlfriends to the night for cheap. Wearing a jacket made of meat, sitting a letter made with horses' feet. And now you've heard that waste on the grave, life in the shade of violent crime. And that's all you say. Lightning's on the rise, paper in the sky. I'm just trying to find a mountain I can climb. Putting your patience to the test, putting your body on the line for less. And didn't you know there was a choice? And it's never yours and someone else's voice. And now you see marks on the grave, life in the shade of violent crime. And that's all you will see. Born on the rise, cycle in the skies. I'm just trying to find a mountain I can climb.
Let's listen to something a little bit different. We keep listening to the same music over and over again, so you have to kind of diversify, mix it up. Mix it up, bro. It's not self-aggrandized today. It's alright. I mean, you might think that, but I like to review those videos and stuff to see where I'm fundamentally, as an entertainer, as a speaker, failing to, how can I say this, not necessarily succeed, but or not necessarily convinced, but necessarily conform to like the sort of presentation that I would like to have on my behalf. But as a function of form following function, first and foremost, where it's much better to be a good speaker than trying to aim for perfection, because as a good speaker you can readily maintain the continuity of dialogue and obviously hold people's attention, given the fact that you have a sufficiency of things to talk about, no sarcasm or condescension implied there, of course. But also in all seriousness, some good advice, I think. And the perfectionism is kind of a self-defeating argument. I think nothing's ever going to be perfect, so you shouldn't sweat the small stuff. But at least be good at the small stuff, and then you get the big picture in mind there, right? Make sure you're focusing on the big picture, man. What we're gonna get here? What about independent music? Let's see some stuff in the playlist. It's a lot of the music that I listen to, right? But maybe you have something different here. Oh, this music video is hilarious for Lonely Boy, but I don't know about the copyright. Maybe they won't let me have a video on there, because they're pretty anal retentive about that video having that on my channel, on my last channel. Let's see if we can find something else here. Steady as She Goes is pretty good too, but I don't know. I don't want to listen to it right now. We're supposed to listen to Personal Jesus. Sure, why not?
Reach out, touch faith.
Telephone, pick up the receiver, I ain't you a believer. The instrumentals to this would be like a phone sex hotline, like waiting song. So cheesy, man. Did I ever call one of those? No, because I grew up in a generation with the internet. I can go on the internet and look for porn for free. I still do, as a matter of fact. Yeah, call a phone sex hotline. What are you doing right now, baby? Are you touching yourself? Are you fiddling your diddle?
Reach out, touch you.
name of the movie should be Players LLC. That would be nice. Players LLC. Players, comma LLC.
Reach out, touch faith. Reach out and touch faith.
How about Man on the Moon? I love REM, but I thought Losing My Religion is kind of cheesy. It was kind of a pretentious song to me. Yeah, let's hear them talk about Andy Kaufman. I don't believe they put a man on the moon. I'm just kidding. I think they actually put a man on the moon, but like there's aliens there or whatever. Dude, there's fucking aliens on the dark side of the moon, bro. How could we ever know? Because it's so dark, we can't even see it, man. Man, Pink Floyd probably flew to the dark side of the moon, but they reached escape velocity, bro. Fly didn't. They reached escape velocity, bro. And they flew to the dark side of the moon. They were smoking a blunt in the motherfucking spaceship. Bro, there was like an entire colony of aliens there, dude. They were all like smoking fucking ganja and like a little fucking dome, bro. It was all fucking hot box. I bet Cheech and Chong were there too, man. I wouldn't fucking doubt it, bro. It's not a conspiracy theory, man. It's a conspiracy fact.
Model the moon boy in the game of life. Yeah. Andy Kaufman in the wrestling match. Yeah. Monopoly 21 checkers and chess. Yeah. Mr. Fred Lassie in a breakfast mess. Let's play Twister, let's play Risk. Yeah. I'll see you in heaven if you make the list. Yeah. Now, Andy, did you hear about this one? Tell me, are you locked in the punch? Andy, are you goofing on Elvis? Hey, baby. Are we losing touch? If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up their sleeve, and nothing is cool.
Nice, I like that.
Moses went walking with the staff of wood. Yeah. Newton got mean by the apple. Yeah. Egypt was troubled by the horrible asp. Yeah. Mr. Charles Darwin had the golden mask. Yeah. Now, Andy, did you hear about this one? Tell me, are you locked in the punch? Hey, Andy, are you goofing on Elvis? Hey, baby, are you having fun?
If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon.
If you believe there's nothing up their sleeve, and nothing is cool.
Andy Kaufman was a comedian. I heard some of his jokes before. I don't remember most of them, to be honest. He was a comedian back in the 70s, really popular. Jim Carrey played he acted in a role as Andy Kaufman. He kind of looks a lot like him too. He was acting in capacities to be how can I say this? He was acting in a role where he was playing Andy Kaufman in a story of his life. They really look similar too. Good choice to get Jim Carrey, and Jim Carrey's pretty funny too. And he was pretty funny. He still is, I guess, right? safe there.
Here's a little ghost for the offering. Yeah, 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 yeah. Here's a truck stop instead of St. Peter's. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We have to mix up, we gotta mix up the playlists for different works of creative fiction, right? So you can't have the same songs in every fucking movie, right?
Mr. Andy Kaufman's gone wrestling. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now, Andy, did you hear about this one? Tell me, are you locked in the pines? Hey, Andy, are you goofing on Elvis? Baby.
Smooth operator, nice.
If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon.
How much songs are going on?
If you believe there's something up your sleeve,
That nothing is cool.
Don't bring me down. Don't bring me down.
If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up their sleeve, that nothing is cool. If you believe
they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe
there's nothing
up your sleeve,
nothing is cool.
I don't know about the rap music. I don't know if you like rap music like that.
If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up your sleeve, nothing is cool.
Seven Nation Army wouldn't really fit there. Where the hood at? That's the name of the game. That's the name of the game. Ready, steady, go, of course. I'm doing a lot of work right now, bro. Get out of here, man. You think I just do bullshit? Lowrider was already gone in 60 seconds. So, how about Smooth Criminal by Alien Antform? But see, it doesn't really make sense. Because we're not talking about Addy, we're talking about making money. Literally making money, man. Hey, man, nice shot, bro. How about Classic Man? I don't know. I think it's a little too over the top for me. Machine Head. Maybe Ladies and Gentlemen too. Nice. Players LLC. I like that. I like that. This is a lot of music for a movie. It should be about 2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours. Really long movie too. I'm going through my history on YouTube. En YouTube, man. Hey, man, in Mexico, we go on YouTube, man. Right here in the block, man. Elizabeth, man, we go on YouTube. Man, you been downloading music from the YouTube, man. God damn, man. At least you make a remix, man. Shit, see. You write an essay every day, man. Shit, bro. You write an essay in your dreams, man. How about Take Me Out? Yeah, Take Me Out too. Boom, it's a setup, it's a setup. How's the Numbers Game? Is this a good song too? I don't remember. Yeah, let's get that one in there too. The Numbers Game. From Creation's good too. I like From Creation. One Haunted Down, Two Haunted Down. Yeah, it's a lot of fucking music, man. But it'll just be like certain sections, like subsections of the music. Then it'll fade out. It'll fade in and fade out, of course, when it's appropriate in a movie. But then I'm gonna write. I want to write a book for this. It's gonna be called Players LLC. This fire is good too. This fire is out of control. Gonna burn this city. Burn. Here's the reference from The Usual Suspects. Give me the keys, motherfucker. Give me the keys, motherfucker. Yeah. There was a guy in I think his name was what? Jay something Jack or whatever. I forgot his name. I'm sorry, Jack. Or yeah, I think his name was Jack, right? I was in a schizophrenia group on Kick, and he's like, bro, you look like the guy from The Usual Suspects who says, "Give me the keys, motherfucker." He looks exactly like him, and he's like this base Australian guy. He lives on like disability money. He's like, yeah, man. He has like these lasers in his room. He has like a turntable. And he's just like he's always smoking cigarettes, bro. Sometimes he drinks some beer. It's like, yeah, man. I'm living in Australia on this disability money. It's like I'm living like a fucking king, bro. He's like, I was like, bro, you have the psychiatric ward again? I was like, yeah, man, fucking shit sucks. I'm like, I know, bro. Give me the keys, motherfucker. Give me the keys, you motherfucker. You fucking cocksucker.
These guys were hardcore hijackers. But there I was. At that point, I wasn't scared. I knew I hadn't done anything they could do me for. Besides, it was fun. I got to make like I was notorious.
Yeah, he looks exactly like him. Yeah, I swear to God, man. You gotta meet this guy. I think his name was Jack. I forgot. I gotta go back on Kick to talk to the people in that group because they're really cool people. I'm an admin in that group too, a schizophrenia support group. Sometimes you just talk about some pure bullshit, bro.
Alright, you all know the drill. When your number is called, step forward and repeat the phrase you've been given. Understand? Number 1, step forward.
Oh my God.
Forward.
Give me the fucking keys, you fucking cocksucker motherfucker!
Number 3, step.
You fucking cocksucker!
You fucking cocksucker. Give me the hand of the fucking keys, you cocksucker. You mother sucker.
How many keys, you cocksucker?
English, please.
Excuse me.
In English.
How many fucking keys, you cocksucker? What the fuck?
Bullshit. The whole rap was a setup.
Hand me the keys, you fucking cocksucker.
This actor, I forgot his name. He kind of looks like a young version of Donald Dello. So one of the finest things in the English language is to, talk with a dirty mouth, but, in a very precise and calm and a kind of, classy kind of way. Hand me the keys, you fucking cocksucker.
You don't don't put guys like that into a room together. Who knows what can happen? Hand me the keys, you fucking cock.
Classy, classy. Yeah, even the devil's scared of Kaiser Soze, I guess. Oh my god, man. Fucking great, man. We're going down memory lane right now, but at least it's a good memory lane. Some good memories, man. Fucking, I love media, man. I love music. I love movies. Like, who doesn't, bro? And sis, bros and sis, brothers and sisters. I gotta include everybody now, and everyone in between. How about Robert Miles' children? I don't know, maybe. Man, The Fountain made me cry like a baby. Because I remember that when the first time I had seen it, I'd only seen it one time before. And I saw it the second time, like what, 15 years later. And I was like, wow, what a great movie. And I cried like a baby. A lot of people were really bashing Aronofsky. And like, I'm a little bit biased because he's one of my favorite directors, if not like my second favorite director. Obviously, probably Christopher Nolan's the first. And the third would probably be like Stanley Kubrick. I guess the fourth, maybe like Alfonso Cuarón. I like him a lot. Who else? Maybe fifth would probably be like how about Steven Spielberg? Steven Spielberg? Nah, I feel like his work is a little bit derivative. It's kind of cheesy. I don't know. I like very unique independent movies. Remy Benoit, wasn't he the director to Man Bites Dog? Man, that was a great fucking movie. I thought, this might be a highly controversial opinion, but I believe Man Bites Dog was one of the best movies of the last century, if not the best movie of the last century. And there's quite a lot of movies that came out in the last century, right? Cinema! 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 I think I'm very well cultured, you know. They call me Sir Big Country Countryington. Cinema! You should watch Man Bites Dog. It's free on YouTube too. I saw this on IFC. I was like, damn, this is a good movie, man. What's this movie about? It's about a serial killer. It's like a mockumentary about a serial killer, and like he's hilarious as fuck, dude. It's like a lot of dark comedy, but then the movie converges to like being very sad and very desperate at the end. Even the film crew, I think they died too, and I was like, damn, this is sad, bro. At the end. But then, like throughout the like first half of the movie, it's fucking funny as hell. There are some really grotesque scenes in this movie, though. It's like really like grotesque as fuck. It's like a mockumentary snuff film. It's not a real snuff film, but it's a sort of mockumentary, right? Like they're making fun of snuff films.
Je dégoûte, viens. Je dégoûte avec mes défauts. Non, non, non. Cinéma. 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 Cinéma de Saint-Lantin et de film en film. Je t'ai donné mon existence. Et toi, gamin, fils de Lucien, le cinéma fait de toi un bon gamin. Et gosse avec moi, cinéma, cinéma. Sur le quai des brumes chante Michel Morgan. Ses yeux sont charmants, comme disait si bien Jean. Cinéma, cinéma, ça de film en film. Cinéma, cinéma.
I like drugs a lot. I do. I consume quite a lot of drugs all the time. As I had detrimental effects on my health. Sort of. My kidneys are still functioning very well. It's just that like my kidneys, I got some ginger underneath my my fingernails here. No, it's not shit. It's ginger because it smells like ginger. Anyway, so like I've got like my kidneys. I have an EGFR of like what 95. It should at least be at my age at least 100, 105 or 6 or 107 or so, between 100 and 110. So yeah, my creatinine levels are kind of high. But then here's the thing: I have a lot of muscle, so like even muscle breakdown can lower that EGFR reading. The estimated glomerular filtration rate of your kidneys, which is calculated from via an equation concerning creatinine levels and other types of units of measurement. Variables of measurement. I forgot which ones, but creatinine is the main one that's used, main variable. And creatinine is a byproduct of muscular atrophy and not protein synthesis. Yeah, protein synthesis to some extent, but catabolic muscular breakdown. Right? I forgot what the exact term was. Muscular atrophy generally, protein something, protein. No, not dialysis. What's the term for protein breakdown expression? Just protein catabolism. So yeah, so creatinine is a byproduct of that, and your kidneys have to filter that out. Your liver deals mostly with like exogenous substances and drugs and other types of environmental exogenous compounds, and even a lot of endogenous compounds like testosterone, for example. It's processed in the liver, just to name a few examples. So creatinine is produced from protein catabolism, and to some extent even protein metabolism too, because it's a residual byproduct of that amino acid anabolic state of muscular growth, muscular hypertrophy, and also muscular atrophy, but much more muscular atrophy and protein catabolism. But see, when you're a bigger person, like you break down more muscle, sufficiently more in terms of in terms of you having more lean body mass in terms of muscle, you break down more proteins than the average person does, and also. If you consume a lot of protein in your diet, that can also lead to false readings, false positives for your creatinine levels being high. So like one time my creatinine level was like 1.3 and I was very dehydrated, which is also a factor too, because your kidneys need a sufficient amount of water to be filtering residual waste byproducts through the kidneys, mostly stuff that's kind of like liquid, right? And obviously not dealing with the stuff that the liver deals with, detoxifies in terms of your body. And yeah, I was working out a lot too, which induced those states of muscular hypertrophy and to some extent catabolism when I was working out, for example, where you have the breakdown of muscle fibers and stuff, and then you are functionally rebuilding them. You are becoming much more muscular. This was back in 2018 when I first took those endocrinological assays. I was in testosterone replacement therapy, but now I figured out what the major problem was. The major holdup problem was the fact that there's an implant in my body, in my spinal column, between my L3 and L4 vertebra, that's basically raping me and torturing me and reducing my endocrinological output of testosterone through action potential impulsivity of these particular electrical currents that are sent down my spinal cord, and it's the herniation's like right next to the spinal cord. I don't know if the actual implant has been injected into the spinal cord. That probably would have killed me back then. That probably would have severely disabled me. So it's most likely that it's within the herniation, and it's actually reverberating the spinal cord, and sending these actual action potential impulses of electricity, which are not naturally derived but synthetic from these sources of radio frequency transmissions going to the actual transceiver, and obviously not microwaves, because that would be too strong. That would be too obvious. So they're using radio frequency waves, like in terms of Wi-Fi, in terms of probably transmissions from satellites, any sort of device that can broadcast this to the transceiver, and they're torturing me with this. But see, they don't understand. And who is they? Exactly, Facebook Incorporated and all of their guilty and associated actors. They don't understand that I've bested them, even through many orders of magnitude slower chemical reactions and pharmacological processes and neuroscientific processes. Like for example, I was talking about the disinhibition that occurs by me drinking alcohol. Yeah, basically when you send those action potential impulses of electricity down my spinal cord, they have almost no effect because I'm disinhibited. So you basically got fucked. Every time I drink, it takes a severe amount of energy, like their actual RF transmissions, like to actually induce the transceiver to go to its maximum output of electrical current stimulation, and it fails. It fails to do what it was intended to do, because of the disinhibition of the actual positive agoallosteric modulation of ethanol alcohol. So you got pwned. Every time I drink, you basically can't even rape me and torture me, not even severely. So you basically can't. But then when I'm stimulated, then I'm much more prone to be raped and tortured from this implant, because yes, the actual action potential impulsivity of these particular neurotransmission circuits that are involving action potentials, not necessarily so much chemical neurotransmitters, but within these actual neurotransmission circuits, and also the neurological system of my body. Yeah, it's stimulated now, so now I'm much more prone to be tortured. Even when I'm in a normal state, the torture is pretty severe. But the point that I'm trying to make here is that, yeah, I was on testosterone replacement therapy because I took quite a lot of testosterone in the past, but then I had recovered over those last few years by taking HPG Tech, which I had through my company, because I only have one person who works for my company, which is me, and I'm the sole proprietor of Singular Italian Technologies Corporation, and I own 100% of the equity. So whenever I did research and development for my company, it was basically me acting as the president, the CEO, the founder, the chief executive officer, and obviously there's some liability detracted there on my own behalf because, or removed from my behalf. I apologize, not detracted from my behalf, but removed from my behalf. Where yes, via the law, even C corporations are still mostly limited liability corporations, not as much as actual LLCs and other types of small corporations like S corporations or LPs, for example, limited partnerships, and there are other types of business associations and status of incorporation. But with C corporations, you got to be very careful because you see now you can get as many people as you want as a function of the human population internationally and domestically who want to buy equity in your company if you want to sell private equity or public equity. So now there's a significant amount more of liability that's on your behalf, but not significantly so to say that yes, if some sort of operational mistake occurs at your company, not as a function of you being heinous and grievous about your choices or your actions or decisions, and you have no sufficient mens rea of guilt, and you are conducting business properly, but by chance of God, an act of God or something, or some strange mistake, or even human error, like where it's not necessarily so premeditated, like the liability doesn't really fall that much on you. And why is that necessary? Because corporations and businesses are not perfect, so there has to be a lot of prosecutorial discretion in terms of what happens there. So you got to be very careful about the liability that you want to impose on somebody for trying to run a good and honest and hardworking business. So, but now that sort of bound of prosecutorial discretion on the higher end is far exceeded by stuff where you're very premeditated and you're very much acting like a criminal organization, like Facebook Incorporated, for example, where you're running a private and secret racketeering, influence, and corrupt organization. No, that's heinously and grievously against the law and well beyond the bounds of prosecutorial discretion at the lower end and the higher end too. Because basically, you cannot run a criminal organization and incorporate it with an official status of incorporation with the United States government federally and internationally as well. Because many sovereign jurisdictions have similar laws as well. Obviously, no person in their right mind would want their country to have criminals who rape and torture and murder people have hundreds of billions of dollars and run these kind of businesses. No, actually you're wrong. And this sort of idea of incorporation has been around even since the ancient Roman times, but not necessarily so formally. That's not necessarily so formally as going back to the 1500s and 1600s when the Dutch East India Company first founded in the 1600s, I believe, where the first chartered organization, incorporated business, had existed in the Netherlands, where the sort of laws were kind of ironed out and kinked out for conducting business through a sort of detracted association where you're like a few degrees of separation removed from the actual corporate entity. And, I don't believe, I've always been contrarian to this extent, I don't believe that a corporation is a natural person. Obviously, it's not. I don't believe it's a corporate person either. I believe it's an artificial entity that exists as a function of, abstraction. And no, I will never call Singular Italian Technologies Corporation a person. I don't believe that. So, and this is not a sort of semantic, discussion here of, what to call a corporation or what to not call a corporation. I believe that the people running the corporation should be held accountable if they do heinous and grievous things, and not be, and not leave the scrutiny to some abstract notion of here's my logo for my corporation, and then this logo has now all the responsibility, or this particular idea of what Singular Italian Technologies Corporation is now holds all the responsibility. No, because actual natural individuals and natural human beings run that corporation. They operate the corporation. I don't necessarily ascribe to that. I believe that that particular civil case in the Supreme Court, Citizens United, was pretty much horseshit 10 years ago, and still is today. I believe that precedent is horseshit. I believe that precedent is complete garbage. Honestly, and that's just blatant corruption. It's bullshit. Yeah, Citizens United was complete fucking horseshit nonsense. You see, I double down and like quadruple exponentially, to the nth degree, hyperbolically, whatever, fucking down. exponentially down on so on and so forth, down on good moral principles, honesty, virtue, integrity, being a good person, and not instrumentally so, because I believe that it's better to be a good person, and I believe that it's better to be much more conservative about your actions. And listen, other people will do with as they will. You don't necessarily reserve the right to do whatever you want, to whoever you want, whenever you want. But see, the liability is not necessarily so much on your behalf if you're doing a good, honest, hardworking job, and you're doing it as a pure function of wanting to do the right thing for the right reason. And you might think that I'm being, an opportunist because of my own suffering. You might think that I'm a charlatan, a liar, a fraud, a deceiver, whatever you want to call me. But that's not necessarily the case, because I've lived a good life. I've made some mistakes in my life. There was a period of recklessness induced by what Mark Zuckerberg had done to me. And I don't want to shift all the blame to you, because obviously I'm a free-willed individual. I made some pretty severe mistakes with no heinous or grievous outputs. Nobody else really got hurt besides me. And that's well within prosecutorial discretion. If I took DNP and I hurt myself, obviously I stopped doing it, of course. Or, if I took some steroids, I stopped doing it, right? But I learned a critical life lesson and a valuable lesson about how sacred the body really is. And maybe I should have known that a long time ago, but I was a stupid knucklehead, right? But at least I really didn't hurt anybody. So that's the main purpose there. And so far as I know, I don't know about this telepathic assassination stuff, because maybe that exists. If you got proof for that, would I plead not guilty? Because I didn't even know that's possible. But damn, that makes me a pretty interesting individual, because I don't fucking know, dude. I don't fucking know, man. Yeah, if I get mad and angry sometimes because I'm being fucking raped and tortured, I think it's well within prosecutorial discretion. I'm not justifying murder, but listen, that is even something that is a lower standard than a crime of passion, but instead a very strange phenomena that is exceptional and atypical, that must be obviously researched and empirically tested. But don't treat me like a guinea pig. I'm not going to go ahead and kill somebody right in front of you, even if they're the most heinous and grievous criminal. That's why I don't do that stuff anymore, or try to, because God severely rate limits me, and that's not the best form of justice, right? But I want God to do it on my behalf. Like, just go fucking knock some of their heads in. They deserve it, man. If God's going to do that for me, is that my fault? Am I a criminal for asking God? And remember, I'm not asking Satan. I'm asking God to dispense justice where man fails to do so. Because Satan will most certainly not dispense justice for me, because he's made my life a living hell, no pun intended. Satan wants to see the worst for me. But God, maybe it's within his fair reasonability and obviously perfect reasonability, as a matter of fact, and perfect discretion, not necessarily to listen to me, but to take my opinion into account and say, well, maybe they had deserved what they got. And God is not bound by the laws of man. No. But see, God is not a reckless outlaw either. God is not, reducible to some criminal or heinous and grievous thug on the street trying to murder you and your family. God is the perfect source of all creation and love. To him, it means a lot to even have one of his children die. But what is he supposed to do exactly? In a world where we have free will and agency, where, this is his creation. And we had diverged from perfection in paradise, and we want to reconverge back there, at least the good people who are honest, because he's not asking so much of us. In my theological and metaphysical and moral dispensations of what I necessarily believe in as a function of what I know is true. So there are probably a lot of Christians who would agree with me, but then to some extent, God, I think, in a theological kind of argument, is saying, well, not theological argument. Well, theological to some extent, but mostly generally theological argument. He's saying, well, he wants mankind to do what mankind needs to do, what mankind should do, in terms of doing the right thing. Because God, as a function of giving us free will and agency, can't live our lives for us. So you should come to the better conclusion as a function of converging to your better reason and your better judicious reason and sentimentality and temper. What's the term I'm looking for? Temperamentality. Temperament, I guess, and your sort of idea of what is necessarily fair, reasonable, and just, and what's good to do, what's honest, what's reliable, what's virtuous. If you are, so necessarily convinced by such things, not necessarily to get all the credit and fame in the world for it, but to do it just because it's the right thing to do. And there are some things which are unequivocally always going to be wrong, like murdering somebody in cold blood, like getting a hammer and going outside and smashing somebody's skull from behind, or like crashing your car into any other pedestrian's car, a police car or something, throwing a grenade in the fucking police station because you feel bad about your left testicle being smelly or something. I don't know, something absurd, something obnoxious. Like there's unequivocal bounds there that you can't really cross, that are obviously an absurdity to some extent, and me arguing via the extreme examples, but we've got to establish some sort of unequivocal nature here about what is necessarily the right or good thing to do, which I think exists in moral philosophy. I don't think everything is morally relativistic, because if you're going to tell me that, pedophilia and rape and torture and murder and sex trafficking and being a heinous and grievous criminal is morally ambiguous to you, then I think you've got some major fucking problems, dude. Honestly, I'm going to be honest. If you think that's okay, I'm very open-minded, but then there's quite a lot of things that I'm closed-minded about. I'm not going to go downstairs and go, snuff out my neighbors for being, a little bit too loud. Whatever. I don't particularly care so much. Yeah, I'm going to go get a sniper rifle and shoot Ronald McDonald because he looks like a clown. Does that make sense to you? Like, I'm the Burger King mother sucker. Like, come on, man. Come on. Moral relativism is bullshit to some extent, because yes, we can actually, aggregate to some point, via consensus reality that yes, some things are morally unequivocally wrong. There's no ambiguity to whether or not premeditated, cold-hearted murder is a good thing or a bad thing. It's unequivocally a bad thing.
Et toi, Yvan, tu chantes Noël. Cinéma, cinéma.
You want to watch a little bit of Man Bites Dog? Oh, this movie is great. It's a great dark comedy. It's a mockumentary of like a documentary team, a documentary film crew, following an alleged serial killer who kills people, throughout the entire movie, and like sometimes just obviously in broad daylight in front of other people, like in front of like little kids or whatever. Then he teaches you about the physics of like dumping bodies in a river, and he's like, you want to use a nice proportion here. He gives you Remy Benoit gives you this. That's the main character, by the way. I think he just plays himself. Yeah. He gives you like a nice sociological dissertation on the aesthetics of like, public housing in France. And then he goes to kill a grandma like right afterwards. This movie was NC-17 when it came out. Oh my god, dude.
Hein? Mais pauvre, non. Matin, et je prends en matinée pour récolter les pensions. Ce qui me permet par la même occasion, tu vois, de repérer les vieux qui ont de l'argent, hein. J'ai juste par-dessus.
Obviously, this is not real. This is not a real snuff film. Yes, it's not a real snuff film, dude. They played this at what? I think it was Cannes Film Festival in like 1995. The people fucking there were like howling for this movie. They love this movie. But then, obviously it's really hard to market a movie that's so fucking violent and grotesque. Maybe I'm like being a little bit of a hipster, whatever, pretentious hipster or whatever, but like I thought this was like the best movie of the 20th century. And a lot of people would probably be like, you're a sick individual, and like I'm like, come on, man, this is a really good movie. But that's also an extraordinary claim to make, an extraordinary bar to set. Yeah, the best movie of the 20th century. The 20th century was like the century of film. Like come on, man, you gotta have some good arguments for as to why Man Bites Dog is the best movie of the 20th century. I love this fucking movie, man.
C'est les jeunes couples qui commencent, parce que ça pue la pauvreté. C'est très agréable. Mais les vieux, hein, ils ont de l'argent. Ça, c'est sûr.
When I first saw this, every fucking minute of like, film reel, every fucking minute of screen time, I was fucking dying laughing. And sometimes I just watch this just to laugh again. And I laugh I cackle like a fucking maniac, man. And this is fucking hilarious shit.
À verre, oui, hein? Mais pauvre, non. Non.
See, what happened here? He stole a mailman's outfit. And he murdered the mailman. And then he stole his fucking uniform. What a fucking absurdity. And now he's trying to teach the little kids a lesson. He pulls out like a toy gun or whatever. Oh, wait, no, he had a toy gun. I believe he would have crossed the line if he would have pretended to kill the little kids. That would have been like something that would have been like an international outrage, I guess.
Hein?
This movie goes back and forth between like a dichotomy of like, you know, just blatantly dark humor and like a little bit of like, you know, serious, moral life lessons from a fucking serial killer. And like almost scene after scene, like it's like reverse. It's like, yes, here's some seriousness, here's like some life, here's like the life of Remy Benoit. Remy Benoit is drinking a beer, and then like, yeah, I love my family, I love everybody else, I love everybody, and then he's like, fuck you, die. Like, you just kill some random guy, man. This movie is hilarious. I love this movie.
Le bacon?
And the cinematography here, everything is great, man. You know, like the fact that they chose to do this in black and white, monochromatic. Oh my god, man! This film noir kind of style, but not heavily film noir, just straight monochromatic black and white. Man, this movie is a fucking masterpiece, man. Oh my god, man! Look how many fucking people he's killing, dude.
C'est ça le drame avec une femme. Oui, elle m'en fait souffrir, oui. Parce qu'elle...
I just can't. I can't laugh like that for, you know, an hour and a half straight. You know, I used to. I mean, but like, I'm gonna get a fucking aneurysm or something, man. I'm 28 years old now. I'm not 15 anymore. Oh, when he snuffs out the grandma, that's my favorite scene. He's like, yes, we're here with the documentary crew. We just want to know what life is like living in the tenanted apartments here, the public housing. And the grandma's like, yeah, I know, it's all right. And she's like, I'm gonna stuff you out, you motherfucker. And then the grandma's like, oh, let's watch that scene too. I know I'm spoiling the movie a little bit, but oh man, that was fucking funny, man. My God, man. My fucking God, man. I think it was like 32 minutes into the movie, if I remember correctly. I forgot. Nope. It's a little bit early. Yeah, it's a little bit earlier. It's like here, isn't it? This is when he just leaves the apartment. It's 18 minutes into the movie. I apologize. Let's watch this scene too, where he has his sociological sort of fucking, you know, sociological dissertation on, you know, the aesthetics of public housing in France. My God, man. This movie is a fucking masterpiece. I love this, man.
Genre souvent avec ça. Lui, ça doit sûrement être un prude parce que il travaille sur les rires. Ah bon, bien sûr, ce n'est pas avec ça que tu vas gagner ta vie, quoi. Tu vois, ici, on est dans un quartier à majorité de vieilles personnes. Hein. C'est-à-dire que les urbanistes conçoivent des logements dits sociaux.
Sorry.
Ici, on est dans un quartier à majorité de vieilles personnes. Hein. C'est-à-dire que les urbanistes conçoivent des logements dits sociaux. Hein. C'est-à-dire des logements faits pour les jeunes.
Like, this is just a blatant dramatic irony. I love it, man.
Restructuration des plans de secteur visant à vaincre la solitude du troisième âge en l'intégrant à la population active. C'est une chouette idée. Mais où je ne suis pas d'accord, c'est là qu'est la fin.
You got Joseph Stalin, the mailman.
Sans la moindre recherche esthétique. Ça n'est pas possible. Hein? Je suis désolé. Allez. Hein? Bon. Ils avaient pensé.
This movie is very dialectical. Yeah, it takes a little bit of, you know, brain power to, you know, kind of get the brain juices flowing to kind of digest this, you know, to metabolize it in your head.
Des cerisiers du Japon tout le long des allées. Tu vois, un peu dans le style cité balnéaire anglaise. C'est une riche idée. Est-ce que tu crois qu'ils l'ont fait? Mais ils se sont arrêtés là.
I'm laughing in advance a little bit.
Ils ont jeté de la poudre aux yeux, les gens ont dit oui, mais non. Moi, j'ai été observateur, j'ai remarqué qu'on s'est arrêté à un moment et c'est ça qui est dommage. Regarde, qu'est-ce qui te saute la première fois que tu vois ça?
That's great, you know, it's all fucking...
Les briques.
Red bricks, I apologize.
Et le rouge, c'est la couleur de quoi? Le rouge, c'est la couleur du sang, le rouge, c'est la couleur des Indiens, c'est la couleur de la violence. Hein? Alors que le fléau de notre société, et tout le monde s'accorde à le dire, est la violence, ils vont te foutre des magouille et compagnie, c'est politico, je ne ne sais pas tout quoi, mais tu vois, c'est des histoires de fric. Déjà, ça me désole, hein. Attention, tu vas n'importe où avec ta caméra. Les gens, ils aimeraient pouvoir s'arrêter et dire tiens, quel beau parterre, quel Moi, personnellement, si j'avais dû concevoir ce genre de choses, j'aurais vu une habitation
Ah, come on, man.
avec de grands parterres très aérés, un peu à la Franck-Lloyd, typiquement dans l'esprit des habitations japonaises, parce que ces gens-là, malgré tous leurs défauts, avaient compris beaucoup de choses.
Listen, I made my film debut a long time ago. I was on Director Lacheris, my YouTube channel. Yeah, I did that cheap editing trick where you have like yourself in different positions and you maintain the consistent lighting. And yeah, you split the screen like in half or quarters or whatever. And yeah, there's like 4 or 5 copies of you. It's the same angle shot. Yeah, same like fixed angle shot. And yeah, I was talking to myself while playing YYZ. It was like in the background. I was in my underwear on Director Lacheris on YouTube, but I deleted it. Yeah, I was like, I came into my room, I was talking to myself, but then I didn't have the audio of me talking to myself. It was just YYZ in the background. I wish I would have saved that because that was classic. Is that hard to do? No, I can do that again. I can do it again right now with my webcam or with my motherfucking phone. Probably in OBS too. But I would have to record it first, obviously, right? If I had 2 webcams, then that would be different. So, but then you can't have 2 webcams in the same place at once, so you have to record two different shots, right? But the lighting has to be consistent, because if the lighting's not consistent, then yeah, you're gonna be able to tell the difference between the 2 shots, between the 2 scenes.
Parce que tu sais, privilégier l'esthétique, c'est une chose.
This is my favorite scene in this movie.
Et ces gens-là ont trop privilégié le fonctionnel. Ce que ne faisaient pas des gens comme Gaudi, qui faisaient cette architecture magnifique, tu sais, cette architecture organique, qui semblait partir dans ses eaux, ou même des gens comme Émile Horta qui ont fait des choses magnifiques.
This is the best movie of the 20th century. And the film, and the century of film, when film first started, you know, really becoming, because obviously back in the 1800s they had like the daguerreotypes, and they stitched together the motherfucking, you know, each sort of frame there, and they made the moving horses and stuff. But no, we're talking about the actual century of film. And this is the best movie of the 20th century, the century of film. I think so. That's my controversial opinion. I'm sorry.
Excusez-moi de vous déranger. Nous sommes une équipe de télévision et nous effectuons un reportage sur les vieilles personnes et la solitude dans les grandes cités. Auriez-vous l'obligeance de répondre à quelques questions, s'il vous plaît?
Je veux bien, si ça dure pas trop longtemps.
Non, je vous assure, nous serons très très brefs, oui. Ah, je vous remercie. Nous allons être très petits. Voilà, c'est l'équipe.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you're asking me, where is most of the inaccuracy in my stock market prediction algorithm program? Functionally, I think it's in the amount of time that I have in terms of the nanoseconds in a trading day. That's obviously wrong because there's actual after markets trading and there's pre-market trading in some exchanges. So that's one variable where the accuracy is severely diminished in terms of the pure math. But see, I had to go with an intermediary there because I can't functionally know how many hours in our trading day will functionally exist, because, you know, if we go with the actual main course of the day, because that's where all of the volume occurs in the stock market. Most of the volume, as a matter of fact, because after markets trading is not available to most traders. You know, they don't even think about it because they finish their trading day after 8 hours, from 9 a.m. or whatever it was, 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. or 4:30 p.m. Yeah, and there you go. There's your trading day. So I said, well, that's a reasonable intermediary, but, you know, actual trading occurs with some volume there. So that's a minimal amount of, you know, precision there, probably about 1% or 2% that I could have curtailed there, and that would have been functionally fixed, you know, after doing a little bit more research concerning that. But see, there is, I think, a bit of a fundamental problem with the algorithm. How can I say this? See, for the volatile instances, because the main normal price algorithm is almost perfect. Yes, that was the original one that I had used, and, you know, once I started doing all of this coefficient stuff and like trying to, you know, functionally, you know, torture the actual statistics, then that's when I knew to kind of put put my hands up in the air and not say that I give up, but well, we've got to try a different method here. And I was coming up with templates of statistical tests to go ahead and have these particular trading instances where I have the particular prices and even some random templates, or sorry, not random templates, but random values introduced, even algorithmically so, introduced into the template, where the template would have been complete and it would have been asking questions about statistical surety and confidence intervals and so on and so forth, and many different types of statistical tests. Can I show? Yeah, I'll show you the actual spreadsheet, stock market. I want to search more than one term at once, but I guess that's not the best thing to do, right? I don't know. So yeah, so I came up with these templates here, and I was like, well, here are a bunch of statistical tests that I have for these templates, and I was working on them. The hypergeometric distribution, god damn, dude, to put that in one motherfucking line item, like one motherfucking row like that, Jesus Christ, dude. And some simple types of tests: confidence interval, margin of error, and the two-sample t-test for means, the t-statistic, t-squared test statistic, covariance. Covariance is easy. Bayes theorem is not too hard. Stochastic scheduling, that would have been a little bit more difficult, predicated on how the templates would interact with one another. So the Pearson product moment correlation coefficient. Do I know all of these things by heart? No, I had to research this because I forget things. I'm sorry. The rule of subtraction addition, that's easy. Confidence intervals, like I said, is not too bad. So yeah, I like the way I organize this. And I was working on the template, and yeah, I was checking all the variables as a function of the discrepancy between the variables and the data that I was inputting. And I wanted to get, this is not minute by minute, by the way, this was day by day, because I couldn't get minute by minute resolution for the actual minute by minute trading prices for any particular stock. So I had to settle with day by day instead. So then I was going to curtail my actual algorithm by dividing out the amount of hours and minutes in a day to get to our 1 minute interval that we needed for precision as a function of how the program works. And I was going to functionally have, probably for the most volatile algorithms, more variables, which would be functionally curtailing up our probability to at least 89%. That's what I wanted, at least 89 to 90%, which is still pretty bad because people want to have a really good surety. But see, for $1, I thought the program was not too bad. Did I know that Mikhail Verghese had done this first? No, actually, I had found that out when I had compiled the evidence for the civil class action lawsuit. I was pissed, bro. I was like, I'm not the first person to do this. I was the second person in history to have the most accurate stock market prediction algorithm. But see, I still claim title to the actual fact and claim that I had made that I'm the world's most efficient day trader, or for at least 1 day, basis point per basis point, and it was true. It was. I had done even a sufficient number of more calculations within the spreadsheet, which proves such things, and I had the proof on E-Trade as well. I made an 18% return in 1 day. I made $150 basically off of $750, and I was pissed at Mark Zuckerberg because he was raping me and he was torturing me. And I was like, in the video on YouTube that I deleted from my channel because they were pressuring me, right? I was like, Mark Zuckerberg, you made me miss my optimal price point. I could have at least gotten to, like, bro, at least 20% return, like at the bare minimum there, if I would have gotten to that optimal price point. It was around 12:30 for Tesoro, and people were rallying. There was a bull rally, a bull rush or whatever, a massive rally for Tesoro around 12:30 p.m. because people want to go have lunch, right? But then they want to go ahead and keep buying that stock, right? Because it's already going fucking sky high. They want to make money, right? So I was like, yes, I've already got the perfect actual discrepancy, the min-maxing of this particular stock, because I knew what was going to happen measuring minute by minute, and I was doing these kind of analyses even in my head to some extent, and I was watching that graph on that day. It was February 6th. Let me see, February 5th, if I remember correctly. It was the Friday, the first Friday of February. February 5th, I apologize. Yeah, and I have the proof on E-Trade? Yeah, I do. Look, I can't show you my password, though, or my user account. I already showed you my user account, but I can't show you my password. So I was looking at the graph. I was like becoming the graph, man. I was like, listen, I'm now like a motherfucking stock chart, a stock price chart, man. And I was like, god damn. I'm like, what was this inspired by? The GameStop rush. Yes, I made $1.25 today, bro. Nice, dude. Or yesterday, I apologize. on NTRR. Oh shit, it went up 14%, dude. I've got 3,200 fucking shares of NTRR. Nice, bro. God damn, that's a good gain for yesterday. And what's the price of NTRR right now? It's like absurdly low. Let me show you. It's motherfucking. Oh, you can see that? Oh shit, sorry. I turned off the video capture device. Damn it. You saw my password, didn't you? Or the asterisk. The asterisk is, at least. So you know how long my password is now. Fucking damn it. That's fine. God damn, bro. It went up a 0.004 of a cent on Friday. Yeah, that's really bad because like the volume's really low for this particular stock. But this is not like a world famous corporation. This is a company in Texas that is working on CBD derivatives and cannabis products and hemp products and pharmaceuticals from pharmabotanicals and also supplements from CBD and CBD derivatives. But my long-term outlook is kind of sketchy on this. It's a little bit ambiguous. But for $52, that was a really good buy of some bad X, allegedly so. And that bad X was $52 for 3,200 shares. So if this ever becomes like 1 cent, I'm gonna make quite a lot of fucking money on that, dude. Quite a lot of fucking money. How much did I buy at? I forgot. I have to go check here. But yeah, this is what happened yesterday. It went up 14.29%. But see, here the actual return per actual share is extremely low. The earnings, not the earnings per share, but return per share, the profit per share is extremely low because you're talking about a low nominal price point to buy on this stock. But let's go to my accounts here, my complete view, and the profits and gains or whatever, portfolios. You see that, right? Good. No, I'm not showing off. But I had no idea of what Mikhail Vargas had done. Mikhail Vargesi. How many shares do I have here? I have a quantity of 1 in Humble. That's fucking nothing, bro. Look, 3,200 shares. 3,208 shares. But see, I bought this at a much higher value. So I got fucked, dude. But then, maybe it'll rally. Who knows? I presume that the outlook for NTRR, Nutricore Corporation, whatever the fuck they're called, is not very good. What's my 12-month price point projection? Very, very sort of not good. I think it's either going to fucking collapse this company or probably just collapse. Because it's been years of them saying that they're going to do stuff. But I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. Either it's going to collapse or we're going to at least hit maybe 2 or 3 cents per share, which obviously sucks. But then that's an exponential increase from what we're at right now, right? So, but for 3,200 shares, not bad, man. But then, if I get to 2 or 3 cents per share, I'm obviously not making a lot of profit there. But who knows? Maybe in the future they become a really good corporation. I'm trying to be a little bit distracted and removed from their business operations and standards. No, not because there's a conflict of interest, because I'm a shareholder in this company. I reserve the right to contact them and tell them how to run their business because their actual impetus is to make profit for the shareholders. But see, I'm very sort of conservative and laid back. I'm very sort of like an observer, a deontological spectator, because I want to see how this business is performing by themselves. But see, if I want to make money, then I've got to be very careful concerning the laws on insider trading. No, not necessarily arbitrage, but insider trading and white-collar crime, because, I could be giving them too much information. Who knows exactly? I need to be very specifically precise about what I'm doing. So, I think I'm taking a fair and safe bet here. But obviously, it's not necessarily so wrong. Obviously, that's something that you want to do as a shareholder in a company, private equity or public equity. You want to tell the actual corporation, yes, here's a plan that I have for you. Here's a business plan. Maybe you've got some sort of. Obviously, they're probably not going to like that. The proprietors of the business, but we've got to negotiate here. I'm not a worker for you. I'm not an employee for you. I'm a shareholder in your company. I have 3,200 shares, which is not much because the volume for Friday was 8.7 million shares. So quite a lot of people have, no pun intended, some share and some stock in this corporation. So, but still, 3,200 shares for $53 is nothing to scoff at, right? Because I could get quite a lot of money if I give them, some really good advice about pharmabotanicals and CBD. But the main problem here, rate limiting problem, is that I have not fully studied all of the laws in the books concerning finance and concerning day trading, and also concerning conflicts of interest as being a shareholder. But I presume that it's fairly lenient. But as I said, I like to be a little bit detracted and removed from their operational standards to see if they're actually a business that's going to be effectively running optimally and worthy of my investment. But see, with CBTC, I was just like, fuck it, dude. Maybe Bitcoin's going to go through the roof. And I said, listen, I'm going to pull out now because I need money. And Bitcoin fucking crashed. I knew it was going to. And that was based on my own analyses. Man, that value dropped by like what? By almost half, or 1.667 times factor size in terms of the depreciation. And I was right. This shit's gonna fucking tank, bro. It's like, once you have people like Elon Musk, trying to pump and dump Bitcoin every day, like, yeah, I love Bitcoin, I love this, and that's what severely detracts from the actual professionalism of trying to promote a commodity or an asset. And you see, you've got to be serious about this stuff. What Elon Musk should have done was said from the very beginning, instead of pumping up Dogecoin like he's high on drugs every day, he should have, come up with some serious analyses, some serious documentation as to what the explicit utility of Bitcoin as a commodity is, because it's technically not a currency, it's a commodity property, a property commodity, and, there's almost no utility for most people to buy Bitcoin besides through speculation, right? But then, if you're going to, predicate the value of a particular commodity on speculation, then it's as good as saying that it's almost worthless, right? Because, what are you going to use speculative currency for if the value drops by half in 6 months, or drops by half in 6 hours? That's not a very stable currency. And then it's ironic because they're called cryptocurrencies, right? I'm not particularly too fond of that. I mean, I don't like fiat currency either. I don't think, even gold-backed fiat is particularly the best thing possible. But at least when you have gold, you have to actually have the impetus, the productive impetus to have people go mine it and then actually ascribe some value to it. So at least there's something there which can be literally turned into not only a store of value, but a function of currency. But see, there's only so much gold and copper and tin, and we need that stuff for other technologies. So I see a lot of productive capacity in fiat currency as well. I just think that it really depends on how you utilize such things. No pun intended. You need to go ahead and make reasonable assertions as to what the particular monetary policy you're going to pursue is, because what they're doing right now by pumping the economy, prices are skyrocketing for almost any commodity. Like, I was going to the store to buy Black and Miles, and the price has gone up like 30% in the last 2 weeks. Like, it's now $1.20. Obviously, nominally, an extra 20 cents doesn't matter so much, but then it slowly accumulates. It adds up. If everything else is increasing by 30%, you've got 30% more costs to your cost of living. So either you're going to have to detract and save more and conserve more, but this is not going to work out forever in a scarce environment. So you see, this is a function of not only a bad monetary supply, where I've become essentially, because I was very much a Keynesian kind of economist growing up. I was very influenced by Mr. Richard Wolff and his idea that you shouldn't force socialism or communism on people, politically so, but you should run worker cooperatives instead. You should be promoting trade unions and stuff where you are collectivizing as a function of your private impetus to do so. I think that's very good in terms of horizontal integration, but I would go even one better. There are new platforms. I'm sorry to be on a tangential tirade here, but I'll circle back into the main point that I was making. This is a website called Republic now. Republican Corporation. Yeah, Republic.co. Yeah, you can. This is like Kickstarter but for incorporating businesses. Yeah, I wanted to go on 4chan, and I was like, guys, I've got a stock market prediction algorithm. We can make quite a lot of money if we form, a legal and a proper, prim and proper investment firm where, yes, I'm going to give everybody the actual algorithm, and then we're pooling our money together in a day trading pool that is not necessarily violating the law, but we are now in an investment firm. We are the people's investment firm or something. Yeah, the people's bank or whatever. And I was going to be the what's the term that I'm looking for? The person who has the not the title, but the chart holder or something. I forgot the exact term. Obviously, the incorporator of this business, this investment firm. And I was like, hey guys, here's the algorithm. This is back in February and March. Hey guys, the algorithm works, and then we can write up our own rules of incorporation, go on Discord or something, and form our own legitimate investment firm, investment bank, an IC corporation investment bank, as a matter of fact. And whatever you put in, you're going to functionally get out as well, in terms of not the actual nominal value of what you put in, but the return on investment, right? So if you put in $500 and we're making 5 to 18% per day, yeah, you're gonna get your return for your money. This is not a Ponzi scheme. I'm not gonna run a pyramid scheme or a scam. No, get the hell out of here. A real legitimate business, and obviously, you've got to have some disclaimers there, because we're talking about a lot of sufficient risk here, even with the stock market prediction algorithm. So there has to be, within the rules of incorporation, the understanding that there is a significant amount of liability here, and that, we're dealing with other people's money. We're aggregating this in, some centralized form of, accounting and finance here, which is what obviously to some extent these particular investment banks do, and they do quite a good job at it, even safely so, while minimizing risk. But see, they got upset when I started, taunting them and started, not necessarily harassing them, but, showing off, listening to fucking Akon and rap music. I know you like my swag. Yeah, here's the world's most optimal day trader, some random guy from Jersey City who applied to work at your investment firm and your banks, and you denied me. I would have been one of your best employees, as a matter of fact, working on motherfucking hitman algorithms or whatever, one-hitter quitters of just pure math, and derivations thereof. But the point and this sub-point that I'm trying to get at here was that, yeah, I was on 4chan. I was like, listen, we should incorporate, we should come together, collectivize, and we're gonna iron out the kinks here. This is gonna be called the People's Corporation, the People's Investment Bank, or something like that. For, obviously it's not a public entity, it's not an official, state-sponsored entity, but, a private corporation where we're going to collectivize in that sort of Wolfian kind of economic ideology of, yes, now we have a horizontally integrated business that is literally trading money on the stock market, for stocks, and obviously cashing out when it's high, right, for the value of the stocks. And this, it sounds like a scam to you, but no, I'm actually a good accountant, I'm a good bookkeeper, and I'm an honest and legitimate man. And what do you think the SEC and the IRS and FBI are going to do if I stole people's money like that? They would be fucking pissed, right? They would arrest me for white-collar crime, because that's still a crime nonetheless, right? Especially some random guy thinking he has the audacity to steal millions of dollars if they ever came into his purview or into his possession. No, I would not do that. And on God's good name, I testify to such things being true. And I was going to do a really good job, have good books, and obviously we're all working together horizontally here, but as per the function of how much equity you own in the business, right? You're not going to tell me what to do if I own a larger amount of the equity. But then also, I'm one of the incorporators of the business. You gotta concede something to me here. Obviously, you're not giving me the money, but then I'm going to be in a significant position of power in this corporation, because not only have I come up with the idea, I've given you the actual algorithm, which will get us, the best price and cost signaling in history, right? Or at least second to the first one, right? Second to Mikhail Verghese. But see, Mikhail Verghese, and so far as I know, because I've tried to remove and track myself from this alleged character of Mikhail Verghese. He seems to be either a real person or he's not. I don't know who he is. I did not look at any of his work, if he has that online. I just found out that, yes, he's making these claims and he's working for Wells Fargo. And in my civil class action lawsuit, I said, well, Wells Fargo does not have the right to have this potentially, uncapped and unchecked and unregulated, ultimate power, allegedly so, per Mikhail Verghese's words, that his machine learning algorithm was 98 to 99% accurate most of the time, if not all of the time, where they have unlimited and unchecked power in terms of price signaling and cost signaling for almost any commodity if you could reappropriate the algorithm in any exchange. So I said no. To the contrary, I said no. I went on 4chan and I was like, listen, let's form a corporation. And nobody believed me. Nobody wanted to take me seriously, even though I showed them the proof. I was like, guys, what do you want exactly? And you want to make money, right? And then you just want to swarm the stock market like a horde of savages, but you don't want to go ahead and form a legitimate business. And this is fucking nonsense. This website was great, by the way, because you can go ahead and crowdfund your actual incorporated business. And yeah, we all would have contributed money for as per the equity that we wanted in the business. But then you see, somebody's got to be the actual, not necessarily the major stakeholder here, but the person who's the entitled to the chartering of the business, and also the registered agent, so on and so forth, of the particular business. And yeah, that's a good example of the kind of economic ideology that I'm now influenced by, a lot of horizontally integrated kind of business. And I think that's pretty good, because we don't want to have the aggregation of capital in a few hands. That's like playing into the hands of oligarchical, corruption and despotism, I think, most certainly. And if you think a better solution is to give one person all of your money, then that's pretty stupid, because you can handle your money on your own behalf. And obviously there's some intermediaries. You've got some brokers working for you who are going to be held accountable in a republic, no pun intended, and be, obviously, at the behest of accounting and regulation, and obviously reliable standards of fact checking and bookkeeping and so on and so forth, and working in this particular horizontally integrated and worker cooperative investment firm, which I thought was a really revolutionary idea, and obviously fairly legal if you do it right and correctly so, and even better than Mr. Wolf's idea that yes, some workers in a manufacturing plant should go ahead and collectivize like that. No. Why don't we collectivize on Wall Street instead? This is where Occupy Wall Street failed, because they were like in Zuccotti Park. The best way you could have occupied Wall Street is like with one of my ideas. Yes, we have the ultimate leverage now with my intellectual property and my proprietary property. And this is before I had even revealed the actual source code to my work, and before I had even charged $1 for my product to any random consumer, which severely failed because Mark Zuckerberg was suppressing me and raping me and torturing me and harassing me, and he was suppressing my good work as an entrepreneur. But I said, well, I've got this proprietary technology, and insofar as I know, almost nobody else has this particular stuff that's so accurate and so precise. We can make quite a lot of money here. And Mikhail Verghese would be fucking sucking his thumb after he took it out of his ass, because nobody else has the information that I have. But now you actually have it. I just put it on my website because I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care, dude. And this could be this could have been reappropriated for Bitcoin, almost any commodity on any exchange, to effectively get to that intersection of maximize profit at the lowest cost possible, which is what you want, right? You don't want to sacrifice the money that you have in order to try and make money in juxtaposition to the risk that you might take on, existentially so, because if you lose your money, then you can't keep making money then. But you want to be able to have the predictive capacity to know in the future what's going to happen, at least 1 minute out, right? Because it seems pretty reasonable for a day trader who's sitting there all day. But see, I don't think algorithmically that this should be done, because you need to have some sort of stops and controls. You need to have these sort of like control rods, right? You need to have these intermediaries. What's the term that I'm looking for here? Well, there's people who control the control rods in a nuclear reactor. This is a good analogy. Nuclear power plant. Mediators, regulators. See, there's a different term that I'm looking for. Moderators, I guess. No, that's concerning the actual material. There's a specific term that I'm looking for, which encapsulates what I'm trying to say. These are kind of like moderators, regulators, people who are kind of stepping in to go ahead and say, well, the actual human beings who have the algorithm and they're day trading for themselves, right? And we're all pulling our money together, and obviously everyone gets a little bit of profit there too, because what's the point of just putting your money in to get what you want in terms of the pooling? Obviously we've got to split this a little bit more fairly. So instead of getting 18% one day, yes, for the money that you've put in, maybe you'll get 15 to 16%, and then the discrepancy there, the 2 or 3% is split between the entire organization, which makes it much more incentivized. Obviously, it's not that much money. So as a function of the kind of economy of scale, the scaling up of such things, if you keep adding more money, and then eventually we're kind of dissipating that back a little bit, maybe at the least there, because you still want to get the profit that you're entitled to, right? But then if we're all splitting it up amongst ourselves, then that incentivizes more people to come in and actually go into an honest and legitimate business. That's not a Ponzi scheme. That's not a pyramid scheme. No, it's not. No. See, here is where it's being split amongst everybody as a function of the discretion of the people who want to join the incorporated business, the investment firm. That's why it's called profit sharing. Yes, and this sort of horizontally integrated structure that Richard Wolff talks about significantly in terms of market socialism, but it's not necessarily imposed on you. You don't necessarily have to be part of this business. You don't have to be a shareholder. You don't have to be an employee for this business. Obviously, we're all going to probably be employees because we want to be shareholders too, right? Who wants to be working for $10 an hour while everybody else is making millions? This is what I'm talking about. This is a little bit different. This is a worker cooperative that is functionally based in finance, in the finance industry. So we're making our own investment bank as a function of getting the people to contribute their money. But then this is not a Ponzi scheme. This is not a pyramid scheme. But see, there has to be an incentive for other people to come in and obviously contribute to the larger nominal pool of how much money people are relatively getting, and out of that 2 to 4 dispensation, 2 to 4% dispensation, to make this much more equalized and egalitarian, of course, right? So obviously you want to get the most money that you can, and maybe you and your friends can go do that if you want, and then split, some of that profit amongst yourselves if you feel like doing so. But then in this particular investment firm, yeah, that would be a great incentive, right? And obviously we want to converge that to some lower bound of 2 to 4%, maybe, if you're making a good return. But if you're only making 4 to 5% per day, which is probably reasonable there, obviously this would scale down as a factor, as a function of the factor decrease there. So, point 0.05% to like 0.06% split there. That's obviously too much. 0.01 to 0.03%, maybe something like that, split between the rest of the equity holders and the shareholders functionally, and the workers who are day trading every day. And obviously people like me would be working on the algorithm. Other people would be working on the algorithm as well. We'd have non-disclosure agreements. And listen, if they would have exposed the intellectual and proprietary property there, intellectual and proprietary property, we would have had lawsuits and stuff, because we're talking about selling the gold mine. You don't sell the gold mine if you still got gold in the gold mine, right? And if that's somebody else's property like mine, which it was my intellectual property, but I was willing to disclose it, predicated on the legal boundaries that we're going to set in the articles of incorporation, and also the fact that yes, you would have to be bound by a non-disclosure agreement, and you're using this program and software at the discretion of the person who developed it. But see, that's not exceeded by the fact that you might want to steal or reverse engineer the software and then go tell me to go fuck myself. No, because if the law is truly here and truly just, then I have the law on my side, because we're running a legitimate business. I'm not going to let you do that to me. But yeah, let's go back to the proof here. I just wanted to talk about my sort of philosophical mindset concerning economics. Yeah, $141. Sorry, it wasn't $150. $141, and I had $750 and $750 in the account at the time. Sorry, previously when I had deposited the money the first time around. So let's do a little math there. Let's just round it up to 140. Let's be more precise than that, because it says 141 and 99 cents. So 16% return. I thought it was 149. I apologize, because I had misinterpreted I'd forgotten the actual values, but yeah, 16% one day. I became the world's most optimal day trader, and I have the other proofs of the stock analyzer, the risk analyzer. I apologize, from E-Trade, which has mysteriously gone missing. It's no longer here anymore. That was a nice program, by the way, because you could compare yourself against not other brokerage accounts, but other corporations, other types of stocks on the market, and how they were doing in terms of that actual stock and its market performance. For the year to date, 3 to 6 months, and there are a bunch of different other parameters like, risk, return, and obviously a bunch of other stuff. And yeah, so I became the world's most optimal day trader, basis point per basis point. And it's true. And, we were talking about something like the market effectively in a sort of linear reverse extrapolation had done like this much damage to, I don't know about damage, but like they basically had plastered Tesoro, and I plastered the market. That's effectively how it happened, right? So the market was about 349,000 times, and for a 3-year projection, 349,000%. I apologize, for a 3-year projection above Tesoro in terms of Tesoro's performance. Even given the relative stock performance there to the actual stock. So this is obviously not necessarily the best linear reverse extrapolation, but let's say 116,000 basically percent in the year to date, or for up to the year. Not even for the year to date. For the year to date, that would be wrong. But for the yearly performance. But see, if we want to get the daily ratio there, the daily percentage, then we have to divide by 360. Actually, no, we have to divide by trading days. I apologize, which is 255. So 456% the market had done in terms of the return that they got, and I was at 37 million% for a 3-year projection. I forgot to put the actual year to date there, but because the actual this linear reverse extrapolation is not accounting the fact that I was exponentially ahead of the market. So we're dealing with a different type of calculation here, but I'm just doing this as a sort of rough approximation. So yeah, where the market had made 456% in one day, I had made basically 48,000% in one day. Effectively speaking, not in terms of relative profit, but as a function of the trades I made basis point per basis point. I only made 5 trades that day, so that was like extremely extremely great. I was extremely crazy because that 16% return, that's what people expect to get in 1 year sometimes, like in a really good year, and I made 16% in 1 day. Nominally, if we would have added this up, it would have aggregated to something ridiculous, a 4,000%, just nominal flat return on my investment if that would have happened every day, which is obviously nonsense because every day you would probably make at most 5%, but somewhere reasonably between 3 to 5% every day, maybe getting closer to 4 to 5% every day. But still, that's amazing because some people just make 15% in a year, like I said, on their investments on the stock market. So if you're making 4 to 5% every day on average with high volume stocks and also this stock market prediction algorithm, then you've already bested the market in 3 days effectively, or 3 or 4 days basically. In terms of a year, in terms of some of the best and safest returns that you can get. But see, since you have this particular algorithm, I was also significantly at a much lower risk grade than the rest of the market. So I was making the optimal choices in terms of getting the maximum utility, the maximum amount of profit, and also minimizing the actual risk and the loss thereof of capital. So functionally, I became the world's most optimal day trader in 1 day, and that was February 5th, 2021. Basis point per basis point. And, I was a little bit braggadocious. That Friday night, I drank a lot of beer, and I named my video Algorithmic Victory on YouTube. These are like cheat codes for the stock market, dude. And I was like, Jesus Christ. And I just put it on my website now because, it's the cat's already out of the bag. You've already got my equations and stuff. You've already got my formulae. You've already got my program. So what am I supposed to do? And, I never had millions or billions of dollars at my behest. I only had about $800 left from the unemployment money I had because I spent quite a lot of money, the $20,000 that I got last year from my books, from my distributors, on drugs and food and other auxiliary expenses. But obviously a lot of that stuff was paying for important stuff too. But the reason I spent money on drugs and food is because I'm being tortured and I'm being raped. I don't want to live life while being tortured and raped. But see, if I took drugs and ate a lot of food, that would kind of satiate me and placate me for a little bit. But no. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do, man? It was obviously not the best decision rendered in good judgment, but I would tell you what, as a function of what happened that year, as a function of what's happened my entire life, who knows what necessarily would have happened unless this stuff had occurred, right? So reality is convergent to not necessarily a form of predeterminism or determinism, but actually it's quite the contrary. We are living moment by moment, I think, necessarily so, and as a function of what happens in our lives, right? And, this could have probably never happened. Maybe it could have. Maybe the probability would have been, how can I say this? Possible, sure. But who knows if it would have been actualized? Who knows if it would have been, in the best case scenario, realized? So this is a sort of scenario where maybe this never would have even happened. Almost everything that I've done recently in my life, if these things had not occurred to me. So it's a reasonable question to ask, right? It's a reasonable sort of guess to take. It's a reasonable sort of thing to think about to some extent. So I apologize that I'm not perfect, but I wasn't necessarily thinking about a stock market prediction algorithm last year. And then what later came to me is I was like, well, wait, this could have happened in Limitless, the actual book and the movie. And I was like, it kind of did, didn't it? Let's watch the rest of the scene, then watch that scene from Limitless as well. Limitless 1.
Ne soyez pas intimidé par la caméra, hein. Restez naturel, parlez comme vous parlez d'habitude, hein.
Oh, mais ça me dérange pas parce que j'ai déjà été filmée sur la place d'amour. C'était la musique militaire, ça m'a bien plu.
Oui, c'est très bien. Nous avons déjà quelqu'un qui est habitué à l'image. C'est bien ça. Dites-moi, je peux vous poser la première question alors?
Bien sûr.
Oui. Dites-moi, madame, est-ce qu'il y a dans votre entourage, ici parmi vous, quelqu'un qui vous rend souvent visite ou quelque chose comme ça?
Oh, ben j'ai des connaissances et je suis bien surtout avec tout le monde et on m'appelle mamie et...
Et mamie Tromblon, elle s'est déjà fait tromper, mamie Tromblon,
Oh man, this scene, I was like, when I first saw this, I was dying laughing. I mean, obviously, this sort of stuff can't be funny forever, but like, over and over again. Maybe if I forget about it a little bit, but like at this point, it's really hard to forget about this kind of stuff. But like, what if the grandma really would have gotten a heart attack? I thought about that back then too. I was like, that's a little sketchy.
Ouais, ici, c'est un peu particulier. Hein. Quand je suis rentré, j'ai tout de suite vu sur la table la boîte de ces dockers. Et je ne sais pas si tu sais, mais une boîte de ces dockers, c'est un médicament pour les gens qui souffrent du cœur. Donc ici, j'ai foutu une trouille bleue, ce qui me permet d'éviter de gaspiller une balle, tu vois. Et pour les voisins, et pour moi, et pour elle, c'est beaucoup plus simple. Tu vois, j'essaye de prendre de nouvelles techniques comme ça. Et je crois qu'elle en a plus pour très longtemps là déjà. Dis, je ne sais pas, hein, mais je pense qu'on va aller directement à ce qui nous intéresse.
This is a masterpiece of cinema. I think. I think this is like a sort of how can I say this? An exercise in absurdity, but like beautifully, ironic and dramatic absurdity of dark humor, which eventually converges to a very sad story at the end of this movie. And like, yeah, a beautiful dramatic irony in a lot of this movie, and like a nice bimodal dichotomy of humor and sadness, and it's all told to the perspective of a serial killer. In the form of a snuff film mockumentary. I think this is the best movie of the last century. Maybe people might be like, listen, I love Bambi instead, man. Why can't you be a good guy and love Bambi or whatever, What about The Lion King? What about Mission Impossible or something? Maybe it's a very controversial opinion, but I'm going to stick by my opinion. I reserve my right to my opinion and my choice about what I like. I think Man Bites Dog was the best movie of the last century, the century of film, of course. Maybe Remy Benoit should be intended to as well. It's like cinema. Oh man. Yeah, Man Bites Dog. Great. This film had many accolades at Cannes. I think from what I remember, the people were like giving him a standing ovation. They were like cackling. They were like, yeah. This movie is so fucking good, man. This movie is so fucking good. I want to get a poster like this for my room. If I ever get like a nice house and stuff, or I ever leave my dad's apartment that I share with him. I'm sorry to my neighbors. I've been like cackling like a maniac for the last, few hours. Man Bites Dog, a killer comedy. What a nice poster, man. Remy Benoit kind of looks like a skinnier version of Ruben. A little bit. He kind of has a little bit like that. I'm not saying Ruben's a serial killer, He doesn't turn people into Reuben sandwiches, but, No, I'm not being sarcastic, I'm telling a joke in the form of the mockumentary movie. I don't know. It kind of looks a little bit like him, but, not very much so, but, like, the face a little bit, right? My God, man. This movie was fucking funny, man. What a great movie. What a great movie, man. What a great movie. Let's get back to some serious work, though. This will have to wait. Yeah, this will have to wait. This story, Players LLC. Let's listen to the playlist I compiled. I'm sorry. Cross that out. Strike through. We're gonna go with Players LLC. Movie. I'm gonna rate this as a book. I think maybe a book. A novella about pure math and casinos. I think it would be 50,000 words because or actually around 40,000 words because maybe 45,000 words. No, 42,000 words because 42,000 words would be like enough airtime for at least 2 hours and 15 minutes in a movie because you can read it in about 2 hours and 15 minutes, right? So when you convert that into a nice screenplay, yeah, around 38,000 to 43,000 words is really good for a nice screenplay. Then you can have excessive buffer time there, buffer space for like whatever else you want to have in the movie if you want to mix it up a little bit. Players LLC. Two former high school teachers and a former student of theirs meet together after many years of separation and living their lives. They meet by happenstance in a bar in Jersey City, some hole-in-the-wall joint where they end up scheming up a plot to, while drunk and via shorthand math on paper napkins, use pure math to win millions of dollars at a casino in one night, with just $25,000 from each actor, which is quite a lot of money, right? This happens to be approximately close to how much each man has in terms of their checking accounts and in terms of their life savings, as a function of having to pawn off some electronics to close the gaps to get to the final $2,000 or $3,000 for the $25,000 initial series of bets they are planning to take at a casino at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. As a function of hard economic times and a lack of work for all three men, they decide to play the odds to convince the house at Caesar's Palace that they are not really poor, but not necessarily dandies, but instead players and high rollers of the highest degree of class. Don't hate the player, hate the game. They dress in moderately expensive two-piece suits that they've had for years, gathering dust because of no particular need to use them. The former student gives his teachers some good ideas on how to impress at first glance. Tersely, he stipulates it's good to look clean, neat, smell good, and to use a little olive oil to grease up their bodies, to defrizz, and also shine their hair. The plan is hatched and executed in basically a weekend of working, researching, and coming up with new general form equations that provide a probabilistic surety to close to 98 to 99% success. After having played 40 or 50 games of Texas Hold'em poker, the three choose Texas Hold'em poker because almost every casino house only shuffles 2 decks into the card rotation for the poker games. This offers the 3 gamers the best opportunity to make an exponentially high amount of money per game with little to no risk, as they statistically converge to their planned success rate per game. Throughout their journey to Las Vegas, they coach one another on how to bluff, bullshit, and manipulate other players to win with statistical surety. Part of their plan is to obviously not go... The fucking fly. I got him. Did I? No, he flew away. Damn it. Part of their plan is obviously not to go in together all at once, but to sit at separate tables where they will try to leverage as much money per game as possible as high rollers while minimizing risks. Here's like close to the end of the movie, I thought of this idea. After making millions of dollars in one night at Caesar's Palace, almost effectively per their nightly budgets, bankrupting the casino for one night, the three come up with a plan towards the end of the movie to pool their money into a day trading scheme by coming up with a stock market prediction algorithm. Yeah, see, I do this a lot. I come up with a really good idea, then I use it as a sort of kind of a narrative kind of, a sort of contrite narrative, tool or narrative device that sometimes is like the entire the entire like a large subsection of a narrative. Like with me, I made the artificial general intelligence thing and the singularitarian kind of thing like a major motif in my books, which drives a lot of my narratives. With this algorithm, they have effectively gained leverage against the world stock markets by being able to predict with a tight conformal spread of 98 to 99% accuracy for their minute-by-minute predictions. They establish a brokerage firm called Players LLC with a comma too, and they get their SEC licensure. The IRS and SEC, having heard about what has occurred at Caesar's Palace Casino, open internal investigations intrajurisdictionally with the FBI to determine whether or not they are committing heinous and grievous white-collar crime. The 3 agencies have to work quickly as these 3 players, as they so call themselves, while being investigated by the Money Joint Task Force, by the code name. How about Money Men? Money Men. Codename Money Men Joint Task Force are quickly making hundreds of millions of dollars through partitioned brokerage accounts within a matter of 4 days. Oh my God, man! This could be like an actual thing that could really happen. Obviously, when you go to a casino like that, it's a little bit far removed in terms of the actual reality there, because they do have like tables that obviously you bet a lot of money, but then the actual amount of players you're going to get there is probably predicated on the fact if there's a lot of traffic and volume into the actual casino, right? So technically, the house can't stop you if you're just using pure math to win, right? I wouldn't put it beyond myself, Dr. Casca, and Dr. Tanian to do something like this. Yeah, you go there like on the 4th of July weekend. Yeah. Like, listen, this is the perfect opportunity. It's the 4th of July weekend. There's going to be a ton of people at Caesar's Palace. Yeah, we'll write more about this later. I have to work on the actual stochastic, the supersymmetric stochastic dynamical field theory / equation, and actually have to really do some good work today because I've been bullshitting too much. Is that ever going to actually happen? Yes. That's what I'm intending for, because that's why I'm working on it. And let's get one more song there on the playlist. I want Dope Pistols, Official Chemical. Nice, I like that song. Mark Zuckernicker. Players, LLC. In a world where three men come up with a perfect stock market prediction algorithm. In a world where three men have $25,000 left in their bank account and they have no job, they decide to go on the journey of their lifetime to a casino and make millions of dollars in one night. The power may go out. I don't know. It went out the other day, so let me stop this video now and then start a new recording. Because I'll be doing my work, right? But then I want to keep this recording with all the good stuff that I talked about. So give me a second.